So I'm running on so little, and I mean when I mean so little, I mean just enough to be alive, but not a lot. I'm running on so little sleep that when my bestie at work checks in on me and I go like, I'm just tired, and she's like, this is like a problem for you, girl, and I'm like, all right, true, but you don't have to call me out like that. Oh my goodness. Aw, thank you, Clover. I feel like usually when I'm this tired before stream, and I did work today, of course, so sometimes I give myself the break of, well, if I work today, then I get to give myself a little break and not stream. But I do feel like I haven't drawn, or at the very least, I haven't drawn something proactively rather than planning-wise. So the stream is a good opportunity for me to do that. And if I need to end early just so I can knock myself out, then that's fine. That's something I'll do. I'm not neglecting myself, don't worry. I hope... See, the lucky thing about you guys watching my streams is that you get to... What's my water bottle? I should move that. You guys get to do anything you want when you watch or listen. You could be laying in bed right now and be just, chill saying streams to relax to. I'm envious of you is all I'm trying to say. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing alright. I hope everyone's doing okay. Why is that such a scary ass emoji? The squint. That's so scary. They're with me in the dark. But, okay. So, I have been a little... Oh, jeez. So, I think it was last week that was the hell week with my car. So this week, car stuff, pretty solid. I just had to do, if you are a car owner, you would know this, but basically you have to register it in the state, and then every couple years you have to do an emissions test, and that's basically just to verify that it's operational, because it is in the best interest of the public that whatever death box is on the road, at the very least, is equipped enough to keep people relatively safe. So, I failed the first test, got it seen at a repair place. I just gave them the slip of paper and went, if you guys can figure it out, that'd be appreciated. Because I admittedly don't know squat about cars. And will that leave me vulnerable to being fleeced? Absolutely. However, I'm hoping it's my innocent demeanor and large wet eyes that allows people to take pity on me rather than manipulate me, and therefore I'm able to get the sweet end of the deal rather than, being punished for my ignorance. But so I went to so I had a day off yesterday because I have A&D weeks. It's a library thing, and I go to the DMV. The emissions test failed again, but this is my first time doing emission tests, by the way, because it's my first time owning a car and living by myself and doing all that. So they say, if you have gotten repairs after the first time it failed and it fails a second time, then you're eligible for a refund. So I'm thinking, I don't like that my car failed the test, obviously. It's just like there's 3 checks for the emission test and it failed the last one. So it's not so bad that my car is gonna explode if I don't look at it, but it's still something that obviously shows up. So I'm like, okay. And so I have the little receipt that I have from my car guy. And admittedly, the receipt's been sitting in my the passenger seat at the front. It's been sitting there for a bit, and I do eat in the car. I am a slob. I feel like my car's fairly neat. All things so like sometimes I go to people's cars and there's actively litter in there, and I'm not like that. But I'm not gonna act like it's the cleanest car either. I try. And there was a stain on it and a little bit of a rip, but not on the important parts. And so when I entered the little station and handed them the failed second attempt and the receipt, and the lady at the desk said, "Do you have another copy of this?" mind you, the place where I got my car looked at is such a like an old local small repair place that they barely communicate with email. Like the fact that they like call me is the best they got. So I'm like, I didn't exactly get emailed a PDF I could easily print out. So I'm like, no. And so she's like, well, come back when you get like another copy. And so I'm like, so it is to my knowledge that this is a government ID thing. Like I need to have the receipts printed like perfectly, untouched on the paper. Mind you, again, none of the important information was even affected. It was just like in the white blank space. But regardless, I drove over there, back to the repair place, got the receipt, came back, and I gave them the new brand spanking clean receipt. And then this was a different guy. I'm assuming they changed by the hour, you know, desk shifts and all that. And so he says, so yeah, I talked to my boss, and, you know, I'm assuming because it's a small business, you know, it's not like a big company that has locations everywhere. It's very local. So he said, yeah, my boss says that we need to see, like, a business card. Because, you know, you never know. We want more credentials. I'm like, so you mean to tell me that I have to go back and get a card and come back here? Why didn't the previous lady tell me to do that when I was on my way over there anyway? And I didn't want to be a jackass customer, and so with all the, you know, the zen I could muster, I did voice that complaint saying it would have been nice if she told me. And he was like, you know, you have until August. You don't have to do today. And I'm like, I know, but I have the day off work today, and it's still like a good number of hours left before the DMV closes. So I'm just gonna do it. I'll be back. Drove back over to the repair place, grabbed a business card, drove back to the DMV, gave it all to them, and as she was processing it, I filled out the form, and I did get qualified for that refund. Now, what does that mean? It means that the $500-ish that I spent after the first failure, in which they just kind of like examined my car and was like, this probably did something, you know? If it didn't fix my emission thing, at the very least it was just like, you know, general getting in there. So, you know, like a net positive. So I did get a refund for that. So, admittedly, oh fuck. I just knocked my wire out of my headphones. I'm so passionate. Pretty good deal. And also, I have until 2 years until I have my next emissions test deadline. So, again, me, first time car owner, goes, so, like, is my car good? Because I still failed twice. Like, yay, refund. But there's still, like, the issue. And they said, as long as the check engine light isn't on, like, you're fine. So I'm like, great. That is excellent. Because for me, I don't care what I have to pay, or what labor I have to do, or what I gotta fit into my schedule. I do not like having to sit with the gamble possibility of something going wrong. I would like to just get that done so I have the mental clarity in my head that I don't have to worry about it. Same reason why I immediately got my car looked at after it started, you know, breaking down and needing having the battery jump started every time, because I didn't want to do that every time. I wanted, like, I'll pay whatever, just get it fixed so I don't have to worry about that. So I'm very much that type of person. There's already so little peace in here, and when I mean, you know, so little peace, I mean it's just like there's a lot of things I think about and overthink about, and sometimes underthink about, admittedly. So, like, adding another one that is a legitimate, you know, this is putting the brakes on what I'm doing, and it's like a real problem, as opposed to the made-up ones in my head. Like, that's one where I'm like, that's gonna actually, you know, weigh me down. So, let's take care of that. So, long story short, I had a very big boy moment that day. You know, where I had the option of just going home and being like, you know, saying you could just drive to the repair place later, get the business card, and don't have to do all this back and forth today. But I'm like, but you really should do it today. And I had the baby brain moment of, God, it would be so nice if someone did this for me. And I think that's such a crucial cognitive transition from child to adult, is that mentality of, instead of waiting for someone to do it for you or just like silently hoping, just doing it. And I know it sounds kind of simplistic and childish when I lay it out like that, but it's something that even now that I'm entering my, you know, late 20s, it's still something that, because I'm living relatively alone and I own things, it's just a journey that I continue to go on as I experience new adult challenges and experiences. Also, I'm sorry to hear that, Clover. I did see your message. I was just getting the ball rolling on the story I wanted to tell. I'm sorry to hear that about the dizzy spells and disassociation. Obviously, you know, get your bases checked first. Like, you know, think about how much sleep you're getting, if you're hydrating, if you're eating. Maybe there's like a vitamin deficiency. Like, you know, I'm not saying, you know, don't get it checked out professionally. I'm just saying that, like, with the agency that you have, it never hurts to just kind of like check those bases. Because sometimes your body is very like input-output. Like, something's wrong, one of the wires is not working as it should. Yeah, so best of luck with that. I mean, I know my problem. I should sleep more. That's we've been known this. I've been hydrating a lot though. I've been getting back into actively drinking flavored water, and not only is this doing wonders for my general energy because of the caffeine, and also because drink tastes good, yum yum, but also it's making me more hydrated. Anyway, funnily enough, the only art thing that I've been really working on is the main comic, because I'm making it a personal goal to focus more on Chromosynth in the main comic extent. I feel like I've been putting it off. So some work is going there. However, because this stream is kind of the perfect bite size for me to work on a side comic, I decided to work on one today. So I've sketched out just kind of the bare essence of one, and I had no idea. I mean, I do have a relative backlog of comic ideas, but a lot of them are kind of comics that are good for really random scenarios and also for side characters. I don't have a ton that are for the main characters, so I truly do have to come up with some of this stuff. But regardless, I wanted to make one for Gabby because the most recent comic was an Adam one, bringing him, Mililani, and Ujin to at least 2 total, while Gabby's only had 1. So I thought it's only fair that she get one. And so hold on, I'm just getting the reference out. Don't mind me. Okay. Gabby comic. So you will notice immediately that this comic requires an environment. Why do I do this to myself? I don't know, but something about setting a tone, setting a scene is important when it comes to like the first couple panels of a comic. So I'm gonna do my best, and forgive me if people actually know how environments work and all that. The fact that I'm trying is enough for me. Also, admittedly, this is my first time drawing a character with a bonnet, because I, of course, do not have wait, I just looked them up, and there are different kinds, but some of them are so cute. Wait, the bonnet models are kind of slay. Good for them. Anyway, yes. Her little sleep bonnet, yes. But first, I am going to draw the environment because I think that'll help me with... I try to draw the background and then the character because sometimes when I draw the character first and then draw the background like around them to accommodate for it, it usually doesn't come out super great. It's kind of like drawing the character with the clothes instead of drawing the character, you know, anatomy and then the clothes fitting with them. I forgot this isn't the main comic, and so I don't do the thing with the backgrounds where they're all different opacities to indicate background and foreground. It's actually do I? It's been so it's been so long since I've drawn a side comic. I forgot the. No wait, I do that. I do that. So I actually should be having these in different layers. This is important. Has it ever been so long since you've done something that you're like, okay, now it's hammering in the point why I need to do this again. There's no way you've forgotten that after that little time. I've also been working on the character playlist, which is very fun. Due to a very specific and valid request, I have been starting to make YouTube playlists for them in order for their ideal order of operations when it comes to the songs, in order for it to experience in the intended manner. And because I'm looking at songs in order again. I mean, I've always kind of organized them by song in my head and in the code, but it doesn't look that way on the page itself. So now that I'm looking at it extra for other people to see it, I've been reordering and re-editing and doing all that. And of course exploring music and seeing different artists and interesting album covers and whatnot. It's kind of embarrassing to say, oh my god, hello Pihi. Hello, Pihi. A shame I'm not drawing PB today. That would be very fitting. But what was I gonna say? Funnily enough, as I'm looking for new songs, or at the very least, you know, relevant songs to character playlists, the album cover or the song cover, sometimes, you know, songs have their own individual covers. For some reason, that has been playing a very big role when it comes to my first impression of it, which makes, you know, like, well, yeah, duh, saying it's the visual. But also, sometimes I have a character, you know, I'm trying to look for a song for a character who's blue. You got a blue tinted song cover? Man, I hear the siren song calling me, is what I'm trying to say. So yes, that is partly why when you look at some of the songs and the thumbnails and whatnot, a good number of them do intentionally fit the character's colors. Sometimes unintentionally. Sometimes I just think it's cool, and then I look at the, you know, I look at the cover and it's just, oh, well, that works out. But sometimes I'm like, this helps. I just realized this perspective is fucked. I was like, wait, but this angle looks great. And then like the angle of the bed is like, wait a minute. No, that's not how that works. because how would you get on the bed? Yeah, this bed looks 10 feet tall if the perspective is that low. So then it would actually be like here. I think? This would probably be the right time to look at a reference. But the scene that I'm creating is for something that is fundamentally made up. So as a result, I'm kind of gonna go with a result that's a little bit made up too. Hee, hello! Good to see you. It's your good friend Sang, the one who streams. It's good to see you. What is your sea creature, if I may ask? Oh, it's a Poliwhirl? I'm a fake bitch. I'm sorry. I know there's... My brain is running on little. I'm like, what is that evolutionary line called? It's not Poliwag is just a frog. For some reason, Politoed, the one green motherfucker that's not a part of the three, came to mind first. Politoed, Poliwrath, and Polyamorous. Fuck it. Yeah, that's them. Oh, it's Poliwag? Wow, it's one of those Pokemon names that's so close to the real word that I thought I was just I forgot it completely because I was like nothing particularly monstrous or fantastical came to mind. I say this because I am drawing her and the dynamics that come with this. I say this with all the love in my heart, and Gabrielle does not have the worst family/home life in my series. Most certainly not. You know, she has a mom who loves her. She has a brother who loves her. But I'm gonna be so for real. The trope of the parent who is so religious that they are like super duper devout, and it bleeds into like everything, especially their role as a parent. I'm gonna be so for real. My parents were like the lighter version of that, in which yes, but they never proselytized to me. And I'm, again, gonna be so for real, like, if I had a parent who was just like that all the time, I would be miserable. Maybe it's because of how much time I'm spending on social media, but seeing the amount of, like, religious fanaticism I'm seeing, and when I mean religious fanaticism, I'm specifically talking about Christianity, of course. I can only really talk on that one and critique that one because I can come from my own experiences. When it comes to other religions, I don't have a frame to actually measure what is fanaticism or not, and I need to take other people's accounts into it. But for Christianity, it's definitely one of those, I see people entering a kind of religious psychosis that makes them do, not like super evil things, but like slightly like inhumane things, and I'm like, I don't blame my brother for being the most cynical reaction to this and being like, have you ever thought about how religion sucks? And I'm like, nah, let's not go that far, bestie. I mean, let's just try to be open-minded. Bingo chart, check off Sang Sangle talking about religion, as you do. It's funny I do that, you know, talk about how much I don't like this kind of religious expression, and meanwhile I have characters that very much explore that thing that makes me so uncomfortable. I wonder what that says about me and the art I use. Interesting. It's interesting how a lot of people say, you know, art should disturb the comfortable and comfort the disturbed, and that's why I like to draw, you know, the most heinous shit, you know, fetish jack-off material. Meanwhile, my version of that is just drawing situations and like mental anguish that is deeply mundane in the grand scheme of things, but it just makes me take mental damage, and I just explore it anyway. Because there's a weird like morbidity in it's not, it is in a way cruel, but it's not like literal sadism. It's just a lot of times it's just tragedy. It's called making art your therapy. I mean, art is kind of my therapy no matter what, because it's a, you know, you use art as a kind of self-expression and an outlet. Whether it, you know, encapsulates what you're letting out is a separate story, but regardless, you know, art is a fun thing to use, to let go. But I will say that as much as I do appreciate my personal project and how personal it is to me, I wouldn't say that I'm using Chromosynth as a form of recovery. I feel like it's not, like, some people can say that about their art, in which like working on this like helped me, you know, survive. And in some ways, yeah, it helped me in that it's, you know, a piece of art that I'm passionate about, less that, you know, the actual output itself, you know, something. I don't know how to word this properly. It's just making art, no matter what it is, saves me. I feel like claiming that my art helped me find the answer or something feels a little bit too self-righteous, especially since the art that I have, I'm not gonna act like Chromosynth is just nothing poopy, but I don't think it's all that. Again, this isn't me trying to be, you know, trying to look down on myself. I just feel like it's just kind of a humbling thing to every now and then go, you know, like, the world doesn't revolve around you, and you can acknowledge that the things you do and the things you make, in the grand scheme of things, aren't like world altering, and that's fine, honestly. I find peace and comfort in the fact that it's not the center of attention and everything. It doesn't necessarily need to be something that helps you figure yourself, but getting those thoughts out is a form of catharsis, I suppose. I mean, it's just, I suppose when I interpret your words, Royal, as like catharsis, is like, I think of some people who make art as a direct response to a kind of injustice or kind of dissatisfaction, and then in that way I can see that being catharsis. And don't get me wrong, that is definitely part of my motivation to make certain creative choices in Chromosynth, is a kind of dissatisfaction and a desire to see something that is missing or that is wrong. But I feel like it's also just like fun. It's like, you know, jumping on a trampoline can be catharsis because you go wee and you do a spin, I guess, you know? Dude, that reminds me, not of a situation in which that's how I framed that sentence, but just the general idea that I haven't been on a trampoline in a bit. I haven't been in a suburban area with a backyard that has like a classic basketball hoop and a trampoline. I haven't been in the suburbs in a hot minute. I think that's kind of what happens when you live in a relatively urban area and you work. Maybe that is it. Doctor, if you could prescribe me 10 cc's of trampoline, that would be sorely needed. Thank you. All therapy isn't for awful things that have happened to people, I suppose. I suppose it's because therapy, the mental association I make at the very least is trauma. And Chromosynth isn't necessarily a product of trauma. I'm not saying that's what you're saying, Royal. It's just that, I don't know. But I guess in a broader way, therapy is for figuring things out. And sometimes your art can help you figure things out. Like, for example, I'm figuring out that I need to draw more hairy, fat, buff men. Could I have learned that in therapy? Potentially. But the important thing is that you get to reflect on yourself and your limitations, and you try to better yourself through them. Please! Please! Royal is that image of the guy who is like skinny as hell and he's just crawling in a desert. It is bad out here. And listen, I take accountability for that because I admit that I draw things that are generally my taste and I've like reflected on this because again, art is, you can reflect on yourself. And so I'm like, okay, so I like pretty people. That's why I draw pretty people, of course. And, you know, the kind of, you know, obviously fiction isn't a total reflection of reality. You can like big, hairy, buff bears and not be into the same exact kind of guy. But I've noticed that, no offense to gay men and just in general people who are in that circle, I'm not really into the big hairy berry guys. All the love to them, of course. I'm just not personally into it. But again, that doesn't mean that I should be avoiding them or avoiding drawing them. I'm not saying I'm going to the streets and crossing to the other side when I see a bear. That is not what I'm trying to say. The wording is confusing. I am saying that I have artistic limitations and a lot of these are self-imposed, which is because I'm a flawed person, and I hope to better myself. I mean, it's the same reason, it's a similar reason at the very least, why, like, I don't have any characters who are just the meek, like, thin, shy girl. Like, I don't, like, that specific character trope is one that I've grown up to just for personal reasons not like. And so if you see a shy person, they're either, like, they got other shit to combat that, or they're not a girl. Because, again, personal hangups. That doesn't mean I should be totally avoiding it, but again, limitations and the fear of branching out, even towards things that I may not necessarily, you know, adore, still a thing that I should, you know, at least try for artistic purposes. You know, that's something I always believe, in any case. Anyway, I don't know if you could tell, but this comic is about Gabrielle and her mom, and I didn't even intend it to be this similar to the Adam comic, now that I think about it, in which, you know, Adam is looking at his baby siblings, and it's kind of one of those, the punchline isn't a funny one, it's just kind of like a mic drop punchline more than anything, and this one, too, is less of a, dude, my character's so quirky. And it's more of a, this is a comic situation, not a comic, you know, funny haha strip. So, just one of those things that you figure out. But anyway, so I'm going to continue drawing the pillow. I think the blanket's gonna be a little different each time. So at the very least, I'm going to keep that the same. I can draw a straight line. Chat, I'm willing it into existence. I can draw a straight line. I don't need the line cheat. I can do it. I can do it. That's pretty close. You know what? I'm taking it and I'm adjusting it a little bit. The goat is not washed. I'm happy to inform y'all. I'm not a fan of super huge or super hairy men. Freddy Yeti doesn't do it for me. I'm more of an otter lover than a bear lover, for my personal taste. Fair. Fair, fair, fair. Yeah, I think, like, you know, every now and then I look at my taste in fictional characters, and they don't 100% reflect my taste in, you know, like, my romantic preferences on who I find attractive. But every now and then I see certain preferences and stuff like that, and I think to myself, like, what does that say about me? How can I turn this into a psychoanalysis moment is what I'm trying to say. And when it comes to, like, the big bearded men, like, again, no hurt to them. It's mostly just, I think maybe it's too American. I'm not saying, you know, the homeland of Korea can't have big... Wait a minute, a big bearded Korean man. Wait, that's kind of doing it for me. Maybe it's just white... maybe it's just white bears. You know what? Maybe a Korean daddy. Wait a minute. You know what? Sometimes we discover things about ourselves. You know what? Maybe that's, again, maybe this is a flaw of mine. I'm so American-centered. I'm so, I'm worshiping the white man. Everything is orbiting around white standards. I forget the fact that these kinds of people exist in their own diversity spectrums. You learn all kind of things about yourself. I like sweat stink. You do? Maybe I'm not like experienced enough to, again, like, not very experienced person, me, but, and obviously I've read fiction in which they're like, yeah, the musk. That image of Superman with the green, like, fog going in his nose, and he's like, my favorite. And that does crack me up when people use it for heinous purposes. But for me, I think the attraction should come, the attraction generally comes before the, oh man, they're stinky, yum. I don't think there is a person alive who smells someone before, like, looking at them and encountering them and develops the attraction based off of smell. It's kind of like, if you're already attracted to the person, whatever they do is gonna come off as attractive regardless. You understand what I'm saying? But also, Clover, like, yes, I would like to have someone who showers. I think that's a nice bare minimum to put out there. I don't think that hurts though. There do be people out there living strange lives. I refuse to believe this many people actually like armpits. Well, the interesting thing about that, Friendly Ocean Mower, is that that's not what we were talking about at all. That's actually an entirely different discussion. And I can take you to the discussion over here. Walk with me. Alright, so now we're at the discussion about armpits, I guess? So, my take on that is that fetishes for, relatively, like, non-sexual body parts, in my opinion, are like, again, it's one of those things where you don't just see that and go, wow, that's sexy. It's usually attached to a person you find attractive. So it's one of those, like, Well, yeah, if you already find that person attractive, then that other thing they have is going to elevate it, sure. But if you see it on a person you don't find attractive, I'm talking about something totally outside my wheelhouse. I apologize. But anyway, I guess that's the most I can input on a discussion like this. So, I don't know about y'all, but that's all I've got. Okay. So, I am going to copy and paste the general positioning of the pillows. Just so I have them for reference, because it's one of those copy and pastes of the same, spot. But you want to make sure that things are relatively even. But I will draw over them once I have the character poses. Alright. So now we will be drawing the Shiloh. My taste has evolved since going to college and no longer being around a white majority. I mean, when they say, there's more fish in the sea, yeah. Yes. Yes, of course. When the pickings are slim, you gotta find another place to shop at. Alright, let me get a nice nightcap reference. And again, this style is relatively simple, so don't think too much about it, just go for it. It is still a relatively chibi style, so we do our best. Now, and let me also get my Shiloh reference out. You know what? Let me actually copy and paste it into here. It doesn't hurt for y'all to see it too. It's a very, not like super distinct eye shape, but I would like to keep it internally coherent. It's been so long since I've done these side comics. I was like, do I color in the eyes? You don't. Girl. It's rough out here. Okay. Oh my god, maybe this makes me basic, but when I just looked up Bonnet, one of the first ones I saw looked really cute, and that's the one I'm gonna go with. So it's basically just... And I didn't know bonnets cover the ears too. I guess when I do the... I have one of those headbands that once your hair is wet, you put it over. And I guess that does go over the ear too. This is true. I also realized they should be covering more of the forehead, because otherwise, I was gonna draw like little bits of like doink doink doink, but then from what I'm seeing in the photos, they're pretty they're pretty all-encompassing. So instead of drawing the donk donk donks there, I should actually be making sure the bonnet goes more around the forehead to cover more hair. Head wraps in general, even obviously, I know that connotates more of a religious, ritualistic circle, but I also mean just head wraps as in just anything remotely traditional or cultural is something I should get my practices in. Okay, so the way they look is kind of a spongy. Oh, I can. And also, like, she has a shit ton of hair, so it's not gonna be those, like, really neat, like, oh, it's just a big circle. Yeah, it's gonna be poofy. Oh yeah, I should also give her a nice nightgown. Wait. I mean, also she can just wear regular mom pajamas, but I feel like she'd wear like a nice bathrobe, honestly, but not like a silk nightgown, but something like a little classy. I think like a nice dress. That's what she'd wear. She might have one that extends down to her neck a little bit. Oh, I suppose, yeah, there are bonnets of all sizes. And if you have like, oh yeah, I see some that are like, it's almost like like in the shape of an afro, in that it's not only the top of the head, it's also kind of goes down here a little bit. So in that case, yeah, both her and Gabrielle do have a lot of hair, admittedly. So it would be like here? Does that come off all right? I don't know. I want to make I think what makes it look right is that it's circular rather than oval. Like even if it's, you know, even if it's tall, there's still a sense of circularity. So I think I just have to make it more like symmetrical on all sides. Like that. Yeah, that's good. Alright. By the way, the kind of book she's reading, I'm leaving it generally up to interpretation because I know all of us with mothers have different, you know, fictional tastes. But I will say, if it was my mother, she'd be reading some sloppy romance. Like, I didn't realize it until I was maybe a teenager, but you know, the kind of smut that adult women read, they may look sophisticated because they have paintings in their covers and all that, but you open a page, it's basically like old-fashioned AO3 in there. It's sort of such a human experience to realize how like nothing has actually like really changed. My mom wears one like that. It's a pill shape because that's how her hair naturally falls. Ah, I see. Okay, time to do the reading pose, which is... I can just about approximate. That's very interesting, Clover. I suppose... Okay, again, the language that is used to describe this kind of stuff is not language that I typically encounter, so forgive me for my amateurism. But I believe people who aren't systems are singlets? Is that correct? And so, from that perspective, I find it really... I hate to make it sound like I'm like, yes, magnifying glass, fascinating, as my reactions. I don't mean it to come off as condescending, and I sincerely apologize if it does, but it is really interesting hearing your experiences and perspectives because they are so different from mine and a lot of the ones I see. So I want to say thank you for sharing your perspectives, even if they are relatively mundane, and I hope that the strange confusion and the struggles that, you know, come off of it, I wish you the best of luck on working through that, because it does not sound fun. I mean, in some ways, I'm sure it's, like, funny. I'm like, you. Except you're doing it like to your head. You're like you. But also, I can only imagine how frustrating it can also be. So you have my sympathies and also my humanities, I guess. I was trying to think of like a nice, polite word to put there. Again, I hope it doesn't come off as condescending. No worries, yay! Hey. Royal has sent me a ref. Oh, wait! Wait, Royal, the long sleeve bonnet you sent me? It's kinda giving, It's giving, like, long-haired goddess a little bit. Wait. You know how, like, you see some hijabi cosplays where the hijab itself is meant to, like, replicate hair? It's kind of beautiful in its own way. Huh. And of course, it's still doing the job because it's, wrapping around the hair. I will say that I think, admittedly, I think the visual of her bonnet being like this rather than like a sock, I think it fits more with the kind of, character I've set up for her. And by that, I mean the schmimbolisms, of course. But I do appreciate the reference. I definitely see that kind of bonnet being the kind Gabrielle would wear, though. Because, with Shiloh, her hair is just kind of like... I mean, obviously it's long, but it's relatively concentrated in a spot. Gabrielle's hair is long, so I could see her using a longer one. We talking about DID? Me rolling up to the gas station with a straw in my mouth, just interrupting the conversation between two country folk. Hey, we talk about DID? Sorry, I don't mean to make fun of you, Ocean Mower. I just think it's a really fun way to insert yourself into the conversation. Oh yeah, I heard about disassociation. Personality disorders. It's really a shame that a lot of the, when it comes to fiction specifically, because I feel like, it's good to, and in some ways, helpful to look for representation in fiction, because if it does it good, then it's like, yeah, this is inspiring. If it does it bad, well, if you're an artist, you now know what not to do. But it is unfortunate, and I feel bad for people who are systems, to see that so much of the conversation around fiction online is just bad rep. And it feels like there's a really bad, I mean, especially since, of course, DID is historically, demonized, and a lot of things are, but it feels like for some, we've had more representation to kind of combat that idea more than others, and DID more often than not tends to get such the short end of the stick. And you can't even really use the excuse that we don't know enough about it, because I feel like it's... I don't mean to be too online, but there's too many people online who I've seen our systems, to the point where I'm like, no way are, doctors and scientists just, ignoring the prevalence in the population. Or maybe I'm just in Personality Disorder Central, aka Tumblr. But regardless, I think recently there was one where, what is it? Was it Milgram? It was one of those, it has an anime style, but it's not literally a show that's animated. It's just a web series. And there was a character who, from what I can tell, and this is from what I'm getting off secondhand, there's a twist that there's like some kind of evil like killer, twisted, sexy. And then there's the twist that, oh my god, it was actually one of like the characters we know, and he's like a totally, you know, normal guy. What could be the backstory? And I think again, this is secondhand. If anyone actually knows about this series and what I'm talking about, feel free to interject. But the actual lore is that, you know, famously, dissociative identity disorder, the thing that you develop during your adolescent development, because it has to do with like your brain and trauma during those developing years. You know, famously, like, I'm not saying like if you developed it like when you're a teen, like that's, you know, there's a lot of nuance to this, but it's almost universally agreed upon that it's a, you know, it's a personality disorder, so it generally occurs during those like crucial development stages, like when your literal personality develops. Like, it doesn't just like spring on you when you're a grown adult. But I believe this particular anime character, the great trauma that you know, brought on this disorder is that, what was it? It's like something about like his job or some shit, or of school. Like, it wasn't even like a real trauma thing, it was like stress. Like, the stress of something caused him to develop the evil serial killer personality. And what is particularly amusing to me is that other characters who are arguably not great representation, but still somehow better than this, were brought up. And of course we got my girl Toko Fukawa from Danganronpa. We got most controversial man in the Total Drama days at a certain point, Mike, aka multiple personality Mike. Hoo-wee, I was in those Tumblr trenches watching people throw artillery at each other, rightfully so, because I don't know if y'all want me to get started on Mike, because I'm a big Total Drama head, so I know a lot about all that. But for those who are unaware, Mike appeared in season 4 of Total Drama, which is the, you know, season 1 through 3 all featured basically like the same returning cast, and season 4 was like a whole like brand new cast, and we're exploring this. And every character in Total Drama, in very Survivor fashion, which is what it's parodying, has their own title. Like, this person is the punk, this person is the cheerleader, this again, you know, very very classy 2000s tropes. Mike, you know, is his title is but he is literally referred to in show as multiple personality Mike, and saying this out loud makes it sound like it's so absurd. Like, you think it would be funny and like this would be some kind of dark South Park Family Guy bit, but no, he's a character whose quirk is that he's suffering from a personality disorder that, like, I think there are certain triggers, and I don't think it super went into, again, I didn't watch the season that he debuted in fully, so I don't have the whole thing, but like, he has, like, it's one of those things where, like, he's a regular kind of nervous, like, kind of average guy, and then he has, like, a personality who's, like, an Australian ranger. He has a personality who's, like, an elegant, like, Russian skater. And he has a personality who's, like, I'm from Jersey, I'm a little macho man. And the drama is that he would, you know, go into these personalities and interact with other characters and build up assumptions about who he was. And then he would switch back to, you know, Mike. And he would, like, the conflict would be like, oh no, who was, like, what did that other me do? You know, they had, like, names, of course. I don't know them off the top of my head. But, like, that was, like, the conflict. And of course he made it far because he's one of those classic main characters. And that's his thing. And then, the season after that, infamously a Total Drama season that I was online for, that got so much justified hate, and I love that for them, in which Mike, you know, still dealing with his, you know, disorder, by the way, of course, it is revealed that there is another one named Mal, who is literally him, but with a bang over one of his eyes and like a little like eyeshadow under that other eye. And he has a dark voice and he's mischievous and he's twisted and he only wants bad things to happen because he wants to win. And his name is Mal. And that is the conflict of his personality disorder for that season. Because, admittedly, like, yeah, you can't keep doing the, like, which one's the real you thing for more than a season. Of course, that get repetitive. But, like, we have this new, like, antagonist who's one of his, personalities. And so, again, he makes it very, very far. Again, main character. And I shit you not. The whole season is, you know, him dealing with, you know, like, oh, I'm my disorder, oh fuck, he's causing so much pain and manipulation. And every one of my personalities is like a little figure in my brain who's like trying, like kind of like Inside Out, I guess, where it's like they're all like resting in the home and all that. And there's like, oh man, we gotta stop him. And I forget exactly how it happened, but the finale and resolution to this is, it's probably something along the lines of like Mal confronting Mike and the alters going like, you need me, I'm part of you. And then Mike going, and then I think I remember what happened. I think his alters, not like original Mike, but you know, the other ones, the kind of like characters, they decide to like sacrifice themselves in order to get rid of Mal. Basically, you know, do away with the personality disorder for Mike's sake, or something like that. But the imagery that is evoked, again, we're in the abstract brain space, is that there is a big red button, and Mike is like, I don't know, like, you guys are a part of me. I don't know if I can do it. It's just, you know, this is just too hard. I can't do this. And his alters are like, don't worry, Mike. Even if we're gone, we'll always be with you. And this is to defeat Mal. And they all slam their hands on the button, and his disorder is cured. And it was audacious. Brother, like, again, very peripheral relationship to the science behind this, and even I was like, I don't know if that's how it works, bro. Especially since, again, the button solution and also like the cure part of it is like, I don't know if it's just, yeah. It's so clear that the Total Drama writers see, again, it's not even this, it's even outdated because it was called multiple personality disorder back then. Even Total Drama fans say, All Stars, me! That's me! I was one of them! Hi! Classic Total Drama fan here! I'm not a LARPer, I know my shit. Except for, like, Season 4. I'm a little bit of a LARPer, then I did not really watch that season. I watched a lot of it, though. But the point is, they saw that, kind of like how they see other characters' quirks. Like, this is the character who's rebellious. This is the character who's mean. This is the character who's dumb and pretty. They see these as facets that drive the character, but depending on what the character needs to do, these facets can be removed or altered within their whims, and it doesn't really matter because they're little cartoon character puppets. The issue with doing that with a whole ass personality disorder is that, especially in a show that already treats a lot of, I mean, I'm not gonna act like Total Drama is Hitler core. It's not. I mean, it's got a decent amount of diversity. I can advocate for some parts of it, but it's very clearly made by, like, you know, sometimes it's like the kind of media that's like, it's made by like white people. It's like the energy it exudes, the aura it exudes, it's peach, it's Caucasian, you know, and all that. So Total Drama definitely gives off that energy. So that's why the Mike thing is so infamous in the Total Drama fandom, because like again, I didn't like Mike because I just felt, I mean, there are definitely don't get me wrong, there are people who have experience with that who are like, you know, I like Mike, he's a comforting character to me and I can relate to his experiences, and like they have, you know, what he's going through, and I'm like, you do you, brother. I'm not gonna tell you what to do. If you know, I just hate that you need to find comfort in that, but like, you know, whatever makes you happy, man. I just, and when it happened with Mike, I'm like, oh, so they don't even have that. Oh man, this is a bad situation all around. With Toku Fukawa, I actually have seen more positive feedback on her, even though she does have the classic I have an evil serial killer like second personality, which, you know, often used historically to demonize those with personality disorders, because there's an idea that it's a classic like Jekyll and Hyde thing, you know? It's like, these people can't be trusted because what if they have the evil side that is the total id or something like that. But I've heard that, and you know, I know a lot about Danganronpa, so I can sort of see where they're coming from, and that at the very least Toko is made to be a very sympathetic and enjoyable character, and has depth beyond just being a walking, you know, trope. So I can definitely see her being more of a, not a shining example by any means, but at least as a character, it's clear that her background being so like fucked up and traumatizing, and her, you know, she's not evil per se, she's just kind of like messed up, but ultimately very sympathetic. If that's what, if that's fine with you, like, go for it, man. I don't think she's all that bad. Oh yeah, Anne-Marie taking his shirt off to make Vito come out was, oh yeah, that was a thing! Oh, if you don't know, okay, so one of the subplots of Total Drama, Vito was the New Jersey guy, you know? And he always has his shirt off, and he has his hair slicked back, and he's kind of like a ha-cha-cha, like a sleazeball. And then one of the other characters was, like, attracted to that alter, and I believe he came out whenever he was shirtless. And so, you know, Mike would just be in the front, and then Anne-Marie would take his shirt off without his consent to make Vito come out, and yeah, that's not great. I mean, to be fair, Anne-Marie is not treated like a particularly sympathetic character. She is not. I would actually consider her one of like a side antagonist, if anything. But yeah, that's definitely not great. Bruce Banner does it well. Oh yeah, I see a lot of people compliment the Hulk Bruce Banner thing. It's kind of a weird. I feel like in retrospect, it's similar to the Eddie and Venom thing for like a gay relationship. It's one of those things where the origin is definitely not meant to be that like sensitive and, you know, positive. It's meant to be just kind of like a symbolic, you know, cartoon trope. And then over time, it just got explored more respectfully, and that's just what it is now. Which is so interesting to me. Wow, ranting about old cartoon fandom discourse has jolted me wide awake. I don't know about y'all. That's just how it is sometimes. Alright. Oh, and wait, and wouldn't it be fun? Because wouldn't it be fun if it had the same like pattern that she does in her regular design? Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah. Yeah, that'd be fun. I wouldn't say like Venom and Eddie. No, I don't mean literally the relationship is like that. I mean to say that the relationship, like conceptually, as in this kind of cartoon trope of, you know, like the the smart guy and his hulking alter ego, and like the guy who's taken over by the symbiote parasite. Like the initial idea is very cartoonish and obviously not meant to be like a particularly deep exploration of like a very human thing, but then like over time culturally, because we're with the characters for so long and you can't just have them be like 2D cartoon characters, it turns into this more sensitive, nuanced thing that makes you look back and go like, yeah, like it's just interesting to see it evolve. Oh yeah, they're not literally one-to-one. I did not mean to insinuate that. The relationship is very different. I don't know too much about comics, but even I know that. Funnily enough, I don't draw people lying back very often, so I'm realizing that the way her shoulders are positioned are, like, it needs to be more relaxed. Also, again, this is off of personal observation. And my mom is actually fitter now, so this doesn't even quite work, but classic mom fat arms. And I say that with hearts, by the way. Sometimes moms got fat arms, and they're fat to hold the love. Love is stored in the arms. I sure hope not, because my arms are trash. I mean, they used to be pretty decent, but admittedly, I need to lift more. I've been neglecting my lifting. Oh yeah, so she has freckles kind of on the sides, as well as the forehead. And so of course, classic, have them here. I love when people get really into comics, because it's the one of the few times people talk about like a fandom thing and I'm totally like blind to it. So it's like I'm visiting in an alien world. And it's how normal people react when they hear me say my bullshit. Gummies. I'm drawing gummies on the side. Alright. Now, where is the sketch layer? Oh, it's right here. You know, here, I can erase the stuff in the back. I'm in main comic mode, so I'm like, I gotta keep the background so I can change the foreground. No, it's actually a comic saying you're not redrawing the same things over and over. And then Gabi, right there. Okay, so this is maybe 40%. This is 20%. And that floor is like, well, yeah. This is the most environmental my comics has been. Actually, I'm gonna have Gabrielle not wearing her night clothes, but more so her regular clothes. Actually, it'd be nice to draw her outfit without the apron, because she isn't in work mode right now. Don't let me get her a normal reference, because I actually don't think I've drawn her without it. Even though it's a very nice part of the outfit. It's still a part that comes off, technically. Sorry, I'm focused. I'm drawing the most beautiful character alive, so I just need to make sure I'm doing a good job. I think Rick and Morty has great plural representation. Oh, Clover, don't feel the need to apologize. Like, I liked Rick and Morty at one point, and I can definitely, I think we've talked about it before. I don't think I think we can all have some nuance, and, you know, even with the reputation, quote unquote, it has garnered over the years, it's still a show that has some, like, really good salient points to make and some art to provide. Just look at Goose, you are so nice to me. You always say the nicest things and you encourage me, and that is such a beautiful thing to do when I'm an artist and I eat it up. So thank you, Goose. Because of the realistic nature of this, I think I may want to actually give Gabrielle hands. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna give her hands. Yeah, the mirror tool is definitely useful for a wonky angle like this to make sure everything isn't tilted the wrong. When I'm doing the character playlist, by the way, I got reminded of the amazing feeling of not even knowing a song existed, but then as you're trying to look for songs for a character, stumble across a song that is damn near perfect and go, like, I wouldn't even have sought out or discovered this song had it not been for, you know, looking for character playlist purposes, and then finding it and it fits. And I'm not telling you which one it is because I think it's beautiful, the, you know, the vagueness of a creator's intentionality, so that you can attribute purposefulness into everything they do to make it feel more impactful. So yes, Sangled, who had indeed thought of that, is canon. I thought of all that. You will never know which song I found on accident. I will say that as I've been brushing up the character playlist, it's becoming an interesting creative exercise similar to, you know, drawing and writing, in which I look at previous iterations of it and I get like a little embarrassed. I'm like, why did y'all let me get away with that? Not that it's, you know, obviously songs are songs, but sometimes, you know, the way it fits a character is one of those things that sometimes you sacrifice a little bit of that so you can put in like a neat song or song that's fitting enough, and then, you know, you practice. Yes, it's been really interesting. Music is a wonderful way of exploring characters and all that, and I'm very happy it's going on. gotta draw the bracelets. Okay, now we erase the backgrounds. Sits down to play Deltarune, forgets to play Deltarune. Oh, speaking of Deltarune. Funny how that works. This is your sign. You should play Delta's rune. Or I will send my Delta's goons to your house. And, we will steal your Delta spoons. Wow. Could you guys believe I'm not actually Toby Fox? The creative masterwork is kind of uncanny. Delta Goon! I'm, you know, considering this is a game that came out a year ago, kind of thank God for that. Otherwise, the NSFW tag for it would be Delta Goon, which I'm sure is an idea that's been floated around, but, you know, it's not as genius as Undertale, you know, tail wagging the tail. I don't know how Toby came up with that, but it was kind of genius and set a great precedent for separate tagging for NSFW stuff in fandoms. It's a good thing Toby is exactly the right amount of online to realize that was a thing he had to account for. You thought it was under her tail? I think it's under tail because what's under a tail? The butthole. I don't think a her is involved here. Unless the her you're talking about. Mettaton. I'm kidding. But anyway. That does remind me that, you know, again, this is a total hypothetical scenario, especially since I saw a Tumblr post that I really liked and I reblogged about, I believe it was specifically worded like people are anxious about, you know, making stuff because they're like, what if people respond, you know, poorly? And they were just, with the most sincere honesty, like, people aren't gonna respond at all. Just make it. Or something like that. I forget the exact verbiage of it. But the idea was that you are staking so much mental, you know, power on trying to please other people and this, you know, idealized thing that will make or break it, when you should be doing it because you want to do it and it's cool. And, you know, Chromosynth has not gone to the point where people are... I'm the only one posting about it, which is fine, by the way. I'm fine with that. But heavens to Betsy, it gets to the point that people post up about it, and also people goon about it, and I'm gonna have to put my thinking cap on and come up with the sufficient tag that will separate the Chromosynths from the Chromosynths, which is not the tag I'm going to use, by the way. This has been discussed. I will not be using nor promoting Chromosynths because I think that's a loaded term, especially since with with how much I talk about religion on this I almost said show on this stream. I still think Undertale again is the most genius one that I've seen, and because it's a very, you won't be able to use it as a tag for Undertale unless it's very purposeful. Like, it's not one of those things where it's a misspelling that you know, Undertale without the E at the end or something. It's very purposeful, and also it's an innuendo Undertale. So I need that perfect mixture for me, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, if all else fails, I can ask people to do hashtag Ujin's Goon Factory or something, and I guess we'll live, we'll survive, but I'd like that to be a last case scenario. Chroma shit? Dude, chroma shit? Bro, I mean, a part of me was like, I don't think that's good for optics, but it's already NSFW. I don't know the kinds of optics you need / want for NSFW already. Yeah, that's a... Huh. The audacity is kind of killing me, I'm not gonna lie. I love that. Chroma Simp, I feel, as nice of a suggestion it is, I feel like it would become... It already is kind of an outdated slang, so perhaps not. I'm loving the ideas, though. Keep them coming. Okay, so now, this part is where they get a little more chibi because they're small and simple. But we're taking the bonnet, drawing it. Oh yeah, it's big. So we want to make it like this. I believe that's how big I made it. Actually, let's lower that a little bit. That much. Whoever comes up with a winning idea for the Chromosynth NSFW tag will get my one and only sketch request of NSFW thing of a character of mine, which is something I never do, and I'm like half serious when I'm proposing this, by the way. But if someone is determined and can put the will of their horniness into a blade that strikes the earth and comes up with a good tag, I'm willing to reward them for it. Oh, Apollo! Oh, I was about to read it, and then I read the rest of it, and I winced. Man. I mean, I'm not gonna act like my comic isn't like 14 plus, but wow. That just, ooh, that blew the wind out of me. I already hate myself. Listen, I love how much you're trying. I think it's great. It's definitely something I would have never come up with. Let us be clear. Like, the shock of it is due to it being something I could never think of. So I have to give you points for that. It's like going to a restaurant and instead of food, they put like they put a wet sweater in front of me. Like, it's not like actively repulsive. It's just, I don't know. I guess they were cooking something back there. I don't really want to touch it, but I guess this is the product of their labor and I can respect it. Just a sopping wet sweater. Hey, you know, as we're getting to, as we're getting closer to the sort of, ends of this comic and its whole deal, I've realized that a lot of the songs that I like and put on character playlist are Mitsuki songs, and I don't know how familiar some of y'all, I'm sure some of y'all are very familiar with what Mitsuki has to bring to the table, but some of those songs are rough. And a song that particularly comes to mind for the feeling that I hope to encapsulate here with Gabrielle is a Mitsuki song called Class of 2013. I put it on a Seals playlist because I believe it fits him the best. But don't get me wrong, some of it is definitely applicable to my girl Gabrielle, because if you don't know that song, it's very much about the feeling of kind of like giving up on being adult and just crawling back into bed with your mom and trying to get some mental peace by like reducing yourself to a child state. And, again, you might think, but saying that's kind of like perfect for Gabrielle. She already has a couple songs in there alluding to that kind of mentality and exhaustion and relationship with her mother. What's the thing that prevented you from putting it on the playlist? Well, dear viewer, I actually look at the song's like meaning and intention rather than just the feelings I get. And one of the intentions of the Mitsuki song is the context that she is speaking from the perspective of an artist who went and did something experimental, and that's what she's kind of trying to take a break from, and saying she's giving up and she's not gonna chase her dreams and she's gonna let some other artist do the things she wants to do. And the main thing that makes that different from Gabrielle, and I hate to be blunt about it, is that Gabrielle has not done any particular thing that would quantify her as a brave person in opposition with her mother. Most of the she is actively living a life that is still close-knit in here, so that doesn't really go with the song, and that's the main reason why the song is not in her playlist. But it's very much it's very similar to what she's going through, and that's kind of like a sad thing. Chroma fed it, what? That's crazy. What were you cooking? I love the creativity that's coming out of this. Did I cook? That wasn't even like a sweater, I would say, in the dish. You just brought me... You brought me a plate with, You brought me a plate with, like, the plastic cover of a microwave dinner. Like, not the microwave dinner itself, but, like, the plastic that you would peel off. So, like, again, it's, like, periphery of food, and some cooking probably occurred, not where I could have seen it, but implied. But, man, I'm looking at it, and I'm turning it around, and I'm like, I gotta respect it at least a little bit. I should probably add her, like, wrinkles and stuff. I know it's, again, chibi style, but I don't think it would hurt to add some of this, especially since there's only so much to illustrate age in such a simple style. Oh, hell yeah, it's that lady who sings the Sonic songs. The best Sonic songs, in my opinion. Because they're the only ones. You know what? I just realized I was looking at Tian's playlist earlier, and her playlist is very like Euro beat. It's a sin that I don't have a like a Sonic Eurobeat OST song. I gotta go back to that and correct that right away. May I submit a sketch request? Sorry, I'm not. This isn't a response to you. I'm just really haven't stretched a bit. Whoa. Whoa, I'm sore. Okay. What time is it? It is. I would like to finish this, though admittedly, it's one of those comics that's so weird. It's so limited, but yet weirdly detailed, that it's taking a bit. But you know what? Apollo, I'll have an answer for you once I'm done with these lines, because then I will able to gauge how ready I am for a sketch request, which will motivate me to go faster. Oh my god, all these songs sound the same, but they all sound so good. Like they're using the same like chords and little like riffs, and I'm eating it up. I think it's getting bigger. I should like taper the sides. Wait, no. Temper? Maybe that's the word I'm trying to use. But, you know, make it reduce it a little bit. Make sure it's consistent. Okay, that's definitely not proportionally accurate. Okay. There we go. Chrombopilus Michael? Who's Michael? This would only be acceptable if there was a dedicated sub-fandom of Chromosynth that was specifically devoted to drawing NSFW of Michael Eleazar. Then I'd be like, alright, this one goes out to you guys. Otherwise, maybe not. This makes me want to play like a Mario and Luigi game. Because it sounds a lot like that. Dude, I could listen to that whole soundtrack. Don't test me. I love the Mario and Luigi games. I love Alpha Dream. I owe them like at least my third born, maybe. Is that song? Is all that over? It's pretty quiet now. It is over. You know what that means? Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga OST. It's time. We haven't done like a full OST listen along in a while, but I'm doing it. And I'm not doing the extended versions because I'm that's crazy. But let's go. This is my childhood, by the way. This is the bit crushed songs that I grew up with. This and the Hoenn trumpets. So this is the covers again, and also the pillows. Blink, blink. Blink, blink. Blink, blink. Blink, blink. Blink, blink. Alright, so for the last one, I'm basically just copying and pasting the previous. Oh no, the most terrible, awful song in the world. The song that occurs when tragedy hits. When Bean Bean Kingdom 9/11 happens. Damn it. Oh, speaking of Rick and Morty, I guess we have some Rick and Morty knowers in chat. Um, I've I've heard like one or two people in my life talking about the anime. Does anyone know what that's about? I don't want to watch it, even if the animation might be beautiful. Does like how do y'all feel as a Rick and Morty fan about that anime spinoff? I guess I'm just curious because I know just enough about Rick and Morty. Like, I've watched a couple of seasons, but I'm not actively caught up with it. So, like, I have my own thoughts on it and, you know, ideas, but I'm not so caught up on it that I know, like, the nitty gritty of everything. So I just like to check in on fandom, see how they're doing. Animation looks trash? Really? Huh. Is it... Again, it's been a while since I looked at it. Is it the animation that is just the Rick and Morty style, but they're just in a cleaner anime, you know, line art? From what I've seen? Which is strange, by the way. I feel like they only really made an anime because financially they could. Which, you know, not the worst idea or motivation for your thing, but maybe not, you know, maybe you should have more than that. Again, I don't know what they have or what they're cooking, but this seems kind of flimsy because all I've seen promotion-wise is just it's Rick and Morty, but whoa, it's an anime. Like that's the whole gimmick, and I'm like, I'm not chuffed, nor impressed by this. It's like a Ghibli thing? What? So it's trying to be like artful and beautiful? Oh, that's... Especially for Rick and Morty, that's weird. Because, I mean, obviously it has some episodes that are, like, meaningful and... But it's not like BoJack Horseman, where there's, like, you know, there's the episode that could be nominated for an Oscar because it just executes it so, like, artfully and solemnly. Like, all of the episodes are, on some level, you know, held back by it being a crude adult comedy. So, weird. Also, guys, speaking of, what is it? I forget which one of the guys it was, but remember that video game where the whole gist of it is that the guy who, like, was it Justin Roiland maybe? The one who voices Rick and Morty, he plays, like, the gun and the characters in this weird world where it's like it's a first-person shooter but everything's like cynical and wacky and they're like, oh, dude, why'd you shoot that spot? Are you stupid? What happened with that game also? I feel like there's a lot of things that have like popped on my dash, became the topic of the week and just disappeared, even though they very much actually existed. That's why I need the check-ins from people who are more caught up with that stuff. So otherwise, I don't know. Fun fact, despite, you know, I almost said Kirby Superstar. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, funnily enough, two of probably my favoriteest, like, games, just purely out of nostalgia and, like, personal experience, both have Superstar in them. I guess it was just an era back then, just to have bullshit in there. But, yes. High on Life? Is that the game? It got a sequel? Again, this with the anime is just corroborating my theory that they're able to get away with these weird ideas with lackluster executions because they just have enough money from those, you know, like Rick and Morty smoking weed t-shirts that they sell or some shit, that they can just do this. I'm like, at least you're creating jobs, I guess, you know, giving artists and people work, but I don't know. Like, is anyone, like, getting anything artistically meaningful out of this? Wait, this is like the ending song. Why is this so early in the OST? This is such a sweet song. You can tell it's like it's an ending song because it's so sweet. All right, and I believe in the sketch version. Yeah. So we have others. And then the pillow. Is that baby Kathy? Yes. That's what I was trying to conceal until the end. That's the great ending of this comic. Is that the last panel? That's why it's so important that these two are exactly the same, so it doesn't show a shift in time, but a shift in artistic representation. Gabby Ling! Also, Clover. Oh my goodness, look at all those requests. I have to put my favorite, most loving game of all time on pause as we get to your song, but that's fine. As long as you have songs you also love. One of these is 20 minutes. Well, thank you for warning me in advance. Yo, this is nice. Is this the same person who made the Black Cap Chickadee song? I love me some bird beats. Not sure. Hold on. I need to get out an ancient reference in order to pull this off. I do like this though. Thank you for this request. This is very outdoor core, for lack of a better term. Yeah, I have to go back in time in order for the first Thanksgiving to not happen, or however that quote goes. I mean, this isn't Gaby. I was combining Gabby and baby. Wow, my brain does wonderful things. But this isn't Gabby as like a literal, you know, fresh out the womb infant, because she has beautiful styled hair. But it's very much in the toddling stage, you know. Gaby. I mean, maybe she was a gay little baby too at this era. I can't say for certain. But wow. It's really amazing the kinds of like verbal slip-ups I make and how much of them are just kind of cartoonish. Like I'll just make portmanteaus in my brain and also, you know, do the word switching thing where I just like switch words in a sentence. I just get the order mixed up, and again, cartoonish, but it's funny how the wires cross sometimes. Oh, you know what? I'm willing to listen to this. Even though it's 20 minutes, it's a nice little medley. So at the very least, it's a motley of things. Yay, baby. Rayman Rabbids. Oh. How is... I didn't... Again, I did not grow up with the Rabbids series. Is it... Is it good? I've seen bits of the characters and the gameplay. I would say the characters more than the gameplay. I don't remember how the game goes. If I can be totally straight with y'all, I don't know what the hell happens in those games. I also just remembered that the Raving Rabbids games is different from the Rayman games. Again, informing you just how, you know, just how strong the connection is there mentally. Single-player Mario Party with no randomness. So it's like an excursion on a Mario Party board? Or are you talking about the mini-games? I'm confusion. Like, the exact thing you're describing to me is unfathomable as a game. Okay. I will say that... Oh, wait, I forgot there's even speech bubbles. That's a thing that I need to put in. But... Hey boy, okay. I don't think I'll be able to do sketch commissions tonight. Sketch requests. I appreciate all of your support and understanding, and you can still use this stream to farm points for future reservations. But this is just one of those streams where I think I have just enough energy to do exactly what I gotta do, and then die. WarioWare, but 3D? Like, just minigames? Because, like, I'm thinking... Like Rhythm Heaven? Where it's just, like, it's just one after the other, and it's very just, like, step by step. But I feel like it looks like a platformer to me. this medley kind of goes. Rayman is a platformer, Rayman Rabbids is not. What? Like, the only thing I know about Rayman is the little side-scrolling... I've seen very little about it, clearly. I guess thank you for enlightening me. There are series out there that I've not even dreamed of. And also, isn't there that Rayman show that's, like, animated where he's, like, a disgruntled adult man snorting coke off of a stripper? Who's very attractive, by the way. Mind you, yes, I see a lot of people thirst over him, but the cowgirl that he's doing it over, like the coke thing, like, hoo-wee. There are two separate franchises that have crossover. Oh, so Rayman is one thing, the Rabbids is another. Okay, I just completely thought Rayman and the Rayman Rabbids were just part of Rayman, and the Rabbids were just like a other thing. So the Rabbids is the Minion Rabbids that had the collab with Mario one time, and Rayman is just Rayman. You guys know what I'm talking about, like, you know, like Rayman, fucking Rayman cow sushi scene. You know, it's called Captain Laserhawk. Is that the show? I need to get a good screenshot of it. Okay, so, slight NSFW, but see? See, like, the whole point is that he's like a washed up, like, micro celebrity, but also the cow girl he's doing it on is holy. That is the level of detail I'd only see in highly expertly animated porn. Like, exquisitely crafted. I can only admire it. Yeah, it's called Captain Laserhawk. Yeah, I didn't know what it was called because, again, I don't really engage much. This just sounds like Eurobeat now. Rabbids are a spin-off of Rayman. Okay. Wait. But okay, hold on. But the like the raving Rabbids, those are a thing. So the Rabbids, the Raving Rabbids, are like a game. They're a multimedia franchise published by Ubisoft. It was a spin-off game of the What? I didn't know the Rabbids came from Rayman. Who is Rayman? Wait, that's kind of... I thought the Rabbids like just Okay, now I understand the minion comparisons even more. I'm flabbergasted. I knew so little about this franchise. Wow, so they are intrinsically connected. That's crazy. And yet the Rabbids had a collab with Mario and Rayman didn't. That is interesting. And I think even the Rabbids collab with Mario got relatively well received. I was like, yeah, that's Rhythm Heaven, but I looked on the screen and it has Rabbids, and I was like, am I having a stroke? What is happening? Bum 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 bum. Oh, hell yeah. That's the stuff. Donkey Kong 3. Harvest Moon. Damn it! I need to memorize that song one day. I feel like that's some internet culture I'm missing out on. It's kind of like one of those things where, like, I wish I was more into stuff like the Angry Video Game Nerd back in the day, because I didn't watch that stuff, and then in retrospect I'm like, wait, that stuff was kind of classic. I wish I got into it earlier. I was too busy watching fucking Nostalgia Critic, which is, you know, its own kind of classic, but it's definitely aged differently. And, you know, I still admire Doug Walker, despite the myriad of labor-related controversies surrounding Channel Awesome. Still think there's funny things. And one day when I meet my perfect person, they will laugh at my Nostalgia Critic references, as the perfect person should. Explain, movie! Explain! A bat? Credit card? You gave him a bat? Credit card? You had the balls to give the greatest superhero of all time a bat credit card? Like, the cadence, I remember it too. There's comedy in its earnestness. Scott the Woz. Oh, hot take, Scott the Woz is only funny out of context? Ooh, that is a hot take. I've seen people really like Scott the Woz, and I don't, like, watch his stuff, but from what I've seen about him, I assume people, like him as a person? But are you saying he's, like, not that funny? Or are you saying that he's just, like, overall, like, bleh? Because you can not be funny but still be, like, decent. He's not that funny. Ugh. I would say, for an internet personality, a scathing critique. A very subjective one, but still. If someone said that about me, like, yeah, they're okay, not that funny though, I'd be slightly devastated. It's starting to sound like Toho a little bit. Actually, I might have to lower all this just so I have room for more text. Yeah, I think that'd be good. And then I could take this text bubble and shrink it into the same, like, bubble. So I feel like having it be the big text makes it seem more active than it is. Dry humor, but not good. More bland than dry. Well, with Clover, in order for me to gauge your taste here, what is a YouTube personality that you would say does a better job being funny? I feel like then I can measure that off of the comparison. Like, for me, I only have consumed, what is it? The Angry Video Game Nerd out of context clips, and the one where he goes, "Oh my god, guys, it's Bugs Bunny! Bugs fucking Bunny! Gah!" Like, that cracks me up. I have none of the context of that, but that goes. But again, I know nothing about his long-term quality. Now the nostalgia critic, on the other hand, I've been in those trenches, and I will say, the comedy, it has some lasting power. YouTubers aren't funny unless out of context. I like TV. Damn. All right. You know what? That answer sufficiently tells me exactly what I wanted to know about you, Clover. Very succinct and on the point. And also fair, because, I feel like YouTube and online personalities are very improv and quippy, and it's about setting a casual tone. And I guess specifically if you're talking about YouTubers, not streamers, then it's more so about explaining something and then building up to a punchline, and sometimes the punchline can be kind of amateur, I hope you think I'm alright. I know you like TV, and I am not a TV, but I am merely a person in a scuba helmet in the bottom of the ocean. But I hope that my humor can be more to your taste. I mean, you don't have to laugh at everything I say, but I would hope people don't look at me and go, "Oh my god, she's riffing again. Make her stop." And all that. You're good? Yay! That meme of Jesse. There's a it's like I'm getting this meme. It's, "He did it again, huh?" When people look at my stream and they see me gearing up for a bit, and this is how they react, I can only imagine. God. All right, so there is one more request you have, Clover. So let's get to that. Dude, yes. I'm sorry. Oh, this is the instrumental with the hip hop beat. Oh my god, I forgot how. Like, for some reason in my head, I was like, oh, the Asgore instrumental of the Fingers and Ass. You mean the song Asgore? But then I realized it's actually underneath the, you know, the fire raps are actually a slightly different beat. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. He likes big fingers in his. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. He likes big fingers in his. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Fingers, 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 fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. He likes big fingers in his. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. Kanye West, he likes fingers in his ass. He likes big fingers in his. Man, that is a fandom like cultural artifact. That it's just a beautiful little fossil of a very specific time in which like certain things aligned to create this masterpiece of an amalgam of a thing. Skits are funny, but those aren't on YouTube much anymore. Oh, do you mean like Tom Ska stuff? Because I think Tom Ska is very funny. Admittedly, yes. I don't think people do skits anymore. Tom Ska, you know, Smosh stuff. They don't do that much anymore because that isn't as profitable as it once was. I'm not saying that, you know, people should do whatever is profitable, but I understand abandoning a kind of art form because it's literally unsurvivable to continue that kind of expression. Hey, is this beat from something, or did someone actually go onto FL Studio and conjure up a beat to make this Kanye West shitpost? The alarm sounds are the sounds of the cop car that is pulling Asgore over for, you know, what he did in that truck. Tom Ska, yeah, Tom Ska's great. Okay, let us go back to my Mario mix. And then the next one, Mario is everyone's star. Ba-bum. And honestly, you know, hot take, like, Eddsworld is one of those classic webtoons series, internet series, I will die behind because, you know, I'm not gonna act like Eddsworld is like a Toby Fox in which like he did everything. No, it's a, you know, after a certain point it's a team, but it's also mostly him. But like the way they're able to harness like a dry British comedy with very 2000s internet newgrounds comedy with things that are like, yes, it gets inappropriate, but at no point is the punchline like, you know, like really edgy. Like it's actually pretty safe, all things considered. It has such a respect for like gag comedy and like Looney Tune stuff. You know, like, you know, not like cartoon, but classic like principles of animation and comedy with it that I will always stand behind it as a, you know, as a timeless indie thing. And yes, Eddsworld is still making stuff. You know, the team is a whole team and I respect them. But classic Eddsworld stuff really just felt like homegrown and homemade, and there's something about that just captures a spirit that I like. Pymations, yeah! it was this beat first, which was a mashup of Miss Booty. Is that... Did they pick that because of the... Did they pick that because of the subject matter? Or was... Okay, alright. I don't know too much about Kanye West, so... Alright. I actually watched the Chazingtons video about Pymations, and I've been getting into Chazington lately. He's a pretty, witty and thorough researching guy, and I like how he explores a lot of, like, internet stuff with the grand appreciation of having lived through them, rather than treating it like, you know, a museum of freaks, even though a lot of it really is that. There's a kind of, like, weird, like, respect and reverence he has for art that is so genuine and earnest, even though it's cringe and weird in retrospect, that I must respect him. Also, he made the Amazing Digital Circus finale parody that I think is, to this day, still better than the finale itself. I got more joy out of it. I need to listen to that Kanye West Fingers in His Ass song again, because the singer goes on a whole monologue at the end about the circumstances behind the song, which really helped to contextualize why it exists. Because sometimes you forget that there is a reason why it exists besides sheer shitpost. Okay, alright, time to color. Excellent. Oh, hell yeah. God, I love this soundtrack. Yes, I will keep licking the boots and sucking the toes of this game. It's my stream. I'm passionate, alright? You know, considering how classic deserty this song is, I'm surprised it hasn't been used in a weird desert edit, like a TikTok or something. They love those for some reason. Man, doing, you know, Arabic and Swana stuff with your original characters is, in some ways, you know, very enlightening, because so you see, like, a lot of examples online that are not good. Like, you know, I have characters who is from Iraq, so I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to try to look for inspiration from other characters in media that already exist, and they're like, you know, there's some kind of flavor of Middle Eastern, and I look on the character playlist other people have made for them, fucking the Aladdin soundtrack, and I'm like, buddy, no matter how fitting it is for the character, don't you find it like a little tone deaf to put that on the character playlist? Like, I feel myself like like the nuance of the character is being sucked out by the Prince Ali. Like, you know, it's interesting. You're sleepy, Clover. Honestly, I can keep going. But if you're sleepy, feel free to get some rest, of course. Thank you for your contribution to this stream, comrade. I won't forget it. I will forget it, that's a lie. But I forget many things, it's okay. Person with borderline goes to sleep. Call that a system shutdown. Eh? Eh? Damn it. I could have executed that better. Fuck. They're gonna throw rocks at me. I got nothing. That's all I have. I don't know enough to make jokes about it, which, again, truly speaks to my ignorance. I can make jokes about a lot of things that I even have the most peripheral knowledge of. Oh, this is one of my favorite songs. Even though it's like an overworld song, so you hear it a lot, but the way the wind instrument here just gives a very, it just feels green. Like, the song is green. Even though, like, yes, it's partly because the environment is green, but it just feels green. Borderline? Wait a minute. Wait, fuck! I was like... Sorry, in my head I was like... BPD, I was autofilling... Okay. Yeah. Borderline personality disorder by... Wait. What am I talking about? Fuck, wait, what were we talking about earlier? Wait, is borderline the... Oh, yeah, borderline's the other one! Wait, wait, sorry. In my head, totally different. DID, dissociative identity disorder. Like, I had... Oh my god, the acronyms in my head are... They're doing like a crossword puzzle. Oh, I'm sorry. You said this. I know. I meant to say DID because that's what we were talking about earlier. But for some reason, BPD came up because it's another one of those disorders in which my knowledge is very peripheral, and I have tried to do some like psychological and scientific study on it. But of course, my perspective is super duper limited. But I apologize. I don't know. My wires got crossed, and not only was the joke not good, it was also incorrect. Man, dude, they're gonna cancel the concert. What did Justin Timberlake say that one time? This is gonna ruin the concert. That's what he said. Honestly, it's as bad of a action as drunk driving is, because it's truly an example of like irresponsibility at the risk of endangering yourself and others. Sometimes drunk driving is really funny. If no one gets hurt, of course. Obviously the risk and the reality of it is awful, but it's one of those crimes and misdemeanors that's like, in the right context? Man, I guess another part of, I mean, morally, yes. If you drunk drive and, a horrific accident occurs, that is deeply unforgivable, asshole. But I will see, like, Korean, celebrities that essentially, like, lost their whole careers, and I'll look into why, and I'm like, okay, did they fucking, crash out? Like, what happened? And it's like, oh, they had a drunk driving charge, and that was so, like, controversial that like, completely took them away from the show they worked on. And I'm like, that's, like, a part of me is like, that's it? That's it? know. Maybe I'm biased. Because, like, I'll look at... I think I'm... You know what? I can say this from a high horse position, because Korea is famously not good at prosecuting other crimes, while being one of those countries that's like, you have weed? You're a terrorist! You know? Classic. That is, like, you know, equivalent to building a bomb, but, you know, if you commit the sex crimes, then it really just depends. You know? Just one of those things. Good night, Clover! Thank you for putting up with me. My tone has completely changed after that joke. I'm like, I'm in no position to ask anything of anyone, especially not you. So, good night. Have a good one. I hope you get your rest. I know you were saying earlier that there was some disorientation and all that, so I think rest, even if it may not, like, fix it entirely, it'll definitely help, I think. So, I hope you rest well. I just also realized, I'm looking back, like, the only reason why I even said borderline is because it started with a B, but then I'm like, the thing we were talking about doesn't even start with a B, so why was I on? I think I confused it for bipolar, which is, again, a different thing. I think there's something wrong with me. I'm just trying to put it all together where that mistake and confusion came from, and each layer I divulge just shows another depth of ignorance that I'm on right now. Probably because I'm, like, just tired and slightly delirious, which comes from the tired. But I can work on auto just good enough to get this done, which is great. Can you believe that some people need drugs to get to this state of just lucidity and carelessness? That's crazy. That friend who was sick. XYB! I did hear you talk about that a little bit in the server. You have some kind of virus, don't you? And also you got your phone fixed. After that, didn't like one asshole like fucking throw it or something? XYB, I know at your age it is very difficult to really control the circumstances you're in, but I wish you a future where you are not surrounded by people who do not seem to care about you as much as you care about them. Yo, EP then, girly pop. Nah. What if I make another bad joke? Yeah, but... It's good to see you, XYB. It's not norovirus. Your period cramps are so strong, oh my god. I'm sorry, what does it mean to do double dragons? What does that mean? Because out of context, it sounds like your period is so bad, it's making you do, like, skateboarding tricks. Which is, I'm not gonna lie, a reality I kinda want to live in, but it's clearly not the reality we live in right now. Oh. Oh, it means plumbing malfunctioning on both ends. Oh. Well, wait a minute. This isn't part of the Mario and Luigi soundtrack. This is a Siva Gunner song. You got me. Yeah. XYB, I deeply sympathize. And one time, this isn't even in a bout of sickness, by the way. Sometimes I just wake up, like, rarely, but every now and then I wake up, go to the bathroom, like, early in the morning, and just suffer for a little bit. Like, my body's working through something completely unknown to me, and I just have to sit there and survive. And yes, I have experienced what the youth call the double dragon, which is, I would say, proportionally too cool of a name for the actual, like, experience. But I guess the humor kind of alleviates some of the tension. But I have experienced that, and it's a horrifying feeling. So I'm sorry you're going through that. At the very least, I mean, obviously it's not great that the period is that bad. Like, I've heard of people going through it during their cycles, and I'm relatively fortunate enough to not have it be that extreme. But at the very least, it's not like a virus. At the very least, with a period, it is kind of a guarantee that it's temporary, you know? With a virus, it's more unpredictable. Sangold rarely wakes up. No. No, I do. That's my problem. I'm awake too much. Honestly. I don't sleep enough. I'm thinking of getting an IUD. Oh, they put it in their arm. XYB, I think that is definitely an option people take. I am not the correct person to ask about it because I do not be doing any activity nor having a hormonal thing that would, you know, require that. But from what I've heard, the IUD and, you know, as well as like birth control and all that is meant to regulate and help manage stuff like a really bad period situation. So I would definitely say do your research, XYB, of course, but you know, as opposed to like a birth control thing, the IUD is a long and not permanent, but it's like for years solution. So it's definitely more convenience. But because it's long term, you know, you want to think more long term about it. Oh no, the song of evil things happening. The song plays when evil things happen. The song is like 5 seconds long. It loops a lot. A lot of evil things happen. Mario sucks? Hey, you take that back. Huh? You take that back. You don't get to talk about him like that. Say that again. Say that again. And then you'll see what happens. Step off the Mario, huh? I was scared of Italians because of a Mario creepypasta. That does sound like something that would happen to a young person who is online at too young of an age. To be fair, I also had, like, random dumb thoughts about, like, white ethnic groups when I was a kid, just because you're a kid and you don't know shit. So, I can't talk. The funny thing is that Mario in X Crux isn't very culturally Italian. I mean, yes, a lot of the concepts with the mushrooms and maybe the plumbing and all that, and the New York, yes, there's sort of hints of that there, but he isn't meant to be like Italian representation. The Italianness is kind of, you know, peripheral. Like, the fact that his name is Mario and we all just, like, say that's normal, that's just because his personality totally overrides the Italianness. So, The fact that you got anti-Italian out of the creepypasta is an interesting outcome. The ghost of, like, 20th century America possessed you. Anti-Italian discrimination. Which in retrospect is really funny. Yes, historically tragic and, you know, no... Because that was, like, systemic discrimination. Like, they put signs up saying, "We don't want your kind," which is awful, obviously. I don't mean to make light of that. It's just that in retrospect, considering, like, back then, they were just like, they're foreign, they're inhuman. And now Italians are like, they're just like New Yorkers. Yeah. It's like that, there's so much of a part of American culture now, it's just like seeing that part of the past is just so interesting. Is Mario an actual name? XYV, you won't believe this. Mario is not a name that was made up by geniuses at Nintendo in order to make up a fictional Italian person. Mario and Luigi are names that exist in the real world and have existed for a while. Like, there are famous, like, Italian painters and politicians in history that are named Mario and Luigi. This song used to scare me when I was a kid. It just feels like something creeping up on you. Like Luigi Mangione, yes! Exactly! And Mario is like male Maria, yes! Exactly! What the heck happened to that poor boy? Oh, Luigi Mangione? I think he's still technically either incarcerated or undergoing, like, you know, the trials necessary for all that. But I don't think I'm, you know, particularly breaking new ground by saying this, but I don't think he's the guy. I mean, it just seems weirdly planted, all the... And perhaps this is my adult brain speaking, but it's very easy to notice when certain government things occur and you're like, the CIA plant joke is seeming more and more like a reality here. Even if he did kill someone, he killed a bad person, it's okay. Unfortunately, the legality of the situation does not particularly excuse a random murder. You probably couldn't even plead self-defense because it's not like the, you know, it's not like the guy he killed was the doctor who refused to operate on them or, you know, gave him the bills. He's obviously a CEO and in a broader sense responsible for a lot of the systemic things that led to the tragedy and the motivation, but for legal culpability, yeah, it's rough. Now what I would have done is, instead of killing him outright, maybe do like a situation where you pretend you're, I don't know, like lure him out with a 12-year-old? I don't know, it sounds evil, but... And again, it's not like this country ever fucking prosecutes those kinds of people properly either, but... there's probably a way to go about it, right? Evil all around. Ain't that the truth? My name is Chris Hansen. Why don't you take a seat? Like, that sounds like a very distinct voice I'm doing, but I don't think that is what Chris Hansen sounds like. It's just a guy voice that I'm doing. Great. My name is Chris Hansen. Why don't you take a seat? Who is Chris Hansen? He's the brother of Aaron Hansen. No, I'm kidding. He is the guy who led To Catch a Predator. I actually don't know his personal background. I just know him as the To Catch a Predator guy, in which he, alongside, like, either a private organization or, like, you know, police and government, they set up a bunch of sting operations. So an adult woman who, you know, is trained to resemble and behave like a minor lures men and, you know, anyone, often, you know, people who think they can get a lay, into a situation in which the woman in question is not hurt, but she is baited out. And then Chris Hansen comes out when the guy expects to have, you know, their minor, and he goes like, "My name is Chris Hansen. Why don't you take a seat?" I don't know. I haven't actually watched To Catch a Predator. I almost said To Kill a Predator because I was thinking of To Kill a Mockingbird, which, can we argue about the cultural relevance of that book compared to Catch a Predator? I don't know. That's a thread locked after massive debate or something like that. But skip song. All right, yeah, this song isn't great for long listening. Also, Clover, aren't you supposed to be asleep? Aren't you supposed to be asleep? Or is that just one of you that's asleep? Oh, this song. This is the Bowser Castle song. It's called Decisive Battlegrounds. Epic. Keeping to a stream. Oh, so basically, you do what I do, in which I put on like a YouTube video as I go to sleep, and then sometimes the thing I'm listening to stops to play an ad, and so like with my, you know, I have to put my sleeping mask up and just press skip and then go back to sleep. That's basically what you did to me, but live, which, you know what, work. I changed my Discord PFP to a friend's drawing. Oh, XYB, I saw that profile pic. It's really good. It's of that DNA OC you have. It's really cool. I'm scared people won't recognize you. XYB, I don't mean to be so frank, but your name and Discord description and also general behavior and personality are like walking I am XYB waving flags of who you are. I think even if you completely changed your, you know, your icon and name, like whatever you would talk about, I feel like I'd be like, yes, our server is small, but still, I'd be able to know it's you. Unless you hang around with a lot of people who also, like, talk and act like you, which would make sense, considering, like, that's how friendship works. But also, like, for me, a grown person, a slightly frightening scenario. You know. I will send it in art because it looks so yum. Am I loud? Yes, you can! Our art is also for art that you appreciate that is made by other people, as long as you give credit, of course. Yes, the art studio channel is typically used for people to post their art, but it can also just be used to appreciate art. As long as, you know, the proper source is put in. Yeah, definitely credit them, especially since the art is so good. You know what? Since we have at least one person listening who is doing the classic, this is Sang Sangled Radio, and we are live. I'm not gonna continue on the classic, um, this. Oh my, I'm looking at the, the mixes, classic, consistent. Oh, Hot Dad Among Us song. Aw, that's very tempting. However, I think I will. Oh, video game music for enjoying a rainy day. Yeah, I think this will be a nice mix to sort of get into the later part of the night too. Couple. Man, I technically can play Animal Crossing, but it's what Tomodachi Life has become, in which, like, yes, I could play it, but it kind of sucks when something that you used to love becomes a weird chore to indulge in. Not a treat, but a chore. Animal Crossing late night, early morning music is always so nice. Yes. Sometimes Animal Crossing music can get really funky, like they got really experimental with it. But the very like the twilight and the dawn portions of Animal Crossing, they're very good at setting a serene vibe, but also kind of a very empty feeling, liminal sensation as well. I played it but got impatient, so I kept time traveling to get all the fish and bug. I mean, if you have your eyes on the prize, which is collection stuff, I mean, I get it. But also, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like it when a game lasts for a long time, because it feels like I'm getting my money's worth when it comes to just the time I spend with a game. Maybe that's, there's a whole discourse around like playtime and video games and whatnot, but I kind of like it when the experience, of course, useless filler can be grating, and I don't want games to drag its feet or anything, but it's kind of nice when it's set up so I can appreciate it for like a big chunk of it. Also, I'm the kind of person where when it comes to like hacking and cheating in games, and that it's clearly not intended to be played, I get a little nervous, and I get scared that the Nintendo police is going to break out of my DS and snap my neck. So, I mean, I say that while having a modified 3DS, but only because I thought that the benefits outweighed the potential risk. But still, I generally play it straight when it comes to time skippy games, because I feel like I already don't have enough time as is. Why would I want to skip ahead? Mods are a different story. I like mods in computer games. First trying to play it regular, and then being like, oh yeah, installing this, getting this, knowing this, it helps. That's how I played Stardew, basically. With a wiki open, of course. Actually, maybe this should be the off-white. This could be off-white. Remember when people kept making villager segregation for the ugly ones and the pretty ones? That is probably one of the few examples of Animal Crossing discourse that exists, and I will say there's a certain extent to what I agree with, you know, being picky with your villagers, because some villagers are really like, it feels like they exist to fill a quota. What quota? I don't know. I don't know what DEI exists in the Animal Crossing universe, but regardless, some characters truly exist to be there for like maybe one or two people and no one else. But other characters are like, I see some people's tastes in Animal Crossing characters, and some of them are so basic. I'm like, I don't know if I agree with you wholly. Like, okay, you like Ketchup and the Rabbit sisters, and you know, any character who's just like a cute little mascot and they have nothing particularly weird or quirky about them. Like you don't at least put like fucking Coco, like Pietro or something? Someone like a little weird? If they're all like conventional and cutesy, then I'm like, alright, well, maybe your ass deserves to get someone a little bit weird. Expand your mind a little bit. I like all my villagers because I don't care about them. That's a beautiful way to look at things. You can't hate them if you bear no strong feelings about them one way or another. Or I guess if you actively don't care. That's a slightly different feeling, but same vibe. Oh, I love Night in the Woods. It's a very fun game to like play with friends because of the like character acting and all that. But unfortunately, even though I haven't played it for myself, I'm very familiar with it with all the playthroughs I've watched. So I think if I know someone who's going to play it blind, it'd be fun to accompany. I think a lot of games are like that, actually. A lot of games that I'd love to accompany someone, but maybe not play blind because I know too much about it already. Okay, now we do have line coloring. We also have the backgrounds. So we have that. And how the fuck did I do backgrounds before? Again, it's been so long since I've done comics. So okay, for the Adam one, I colored in the lines and did some colors. So we can do something like that here. How do you have the patience to do comics? That's such a honest question, XYB, and it's also so real because comics are kind of like animation, in which actually animation is far more like patience requiring, but comics are very similar in that you're just drawing a bunch of stuff, and it's like the quantity of things you have to draw is a lot, and so it can be exhausting. I would say the patience I have for it is somewhat better by the fact that I've done comics and animatics for so long that it's not the worst thing in the world to draw a bunch of things repetitively because, again, practice. You kind of learn to not perfect it and prioritize quantity over quality at a certain point. Not to the point of making it like bad, but enough that you can let go that perfectionism to focus on the story and the execution of such, because that is fundamentally what matters in a comic and animation and all that. Also, I think something that helps me mentally about getting through it and, you know, motivating wise, is that it's adding to a quantity. You know how in video games you collect something and the number goes up and you feel good? The more comics I make, the more like is in my repertoire, and that makes me feel good to have a bunch of completed ones under my belt. It's like it's a game I'm completing, basically. So, which is also gives me the incentive to work on them, of course. I thought you were gonna say something like, I hold my breath until I finish a comic. I would say that the punishing strategy for producing art is a kind of a hit or miss, in which case, and sometimes the tortured artist method can work, but also a lot of those tortured artists end up dying really early, so maybe don't do that for the most part. The layout is related to the flow of things. It's kind of like poetry, where a new panel is almost like a pause. Oh, Goose, that's a beautiful way of putting it, I think. Yeah, I would say kind of like how in writing, you know, the wording and the spacing between lines is its representation of time. Visually in comics, the spacing is also a representation of time. It's a way to convey time without being something that is, you know, actively animating and moving, which is a really interesting way to think about it. Like when I do comics, like for example, usually the first set of panels are an establishing shot, similar to an animation. Like you want to create a scene, and before you want to go into too much of the meat of the scene, you want to make sure that the viewer understands what's happening first before like something busy happens that they have to pay attention to. I remember someone sent me a comic strip and I felt like a dork by asking if it reads like manga or Western comics. I mean, usually you can sort of tell if it's one or the other. But I don't think that's an invalid question. I'm sorry you felt like a dorcas. I'm glad people are still saying dork. I feel like it's one of those words that was very prominent a couple decades ago, and I'm glad the youth are still keeping it alive. Now, dweeb. Dweeb is one of those, you know... Dweeb and doofus are dork's cousins that haven't quite made it on its level, but they're still cherished regardless. It was one where it made sense if you read it either way. Oh yeah, yeah, you definitely want clarification on that. Like there are some comics, if you look at it right away, like there's an action-reaction with different panels, so you can kind of get it. But sometimes it can be, like, the the transition from one panel to another can be so vague or either so much of a jump that if you can read it in any order, it could be a sign of it not being paneled well, but that isn't a guarantee, of course. Alright, time to color in the lines. What are you, a fucking dweeb? Get the fuck out of here. I was like, what game is this relaxing song from? But I was like, oh, it's from Doki Doki Literature Club. Famously relaxing game. But yeah, I recognize those pianos anywhere. DDLC yummy! I have my own critiques about DDLC, of course, but I will fundamentally admire how much it did using the Ren'Py engine as someone who has very much acquainted themselves with Ren'Py. Like, DDLC is one of those games where, yes, it is fundamentally a visual novel, so gameplay-wise it's limited in its core, but what it was able to do, regardless, very impressive. And I'm pretty sure the coding is Dan. Like, the artwork is mostly other people, but Dan Salvato is the main, you know, like, writer and coder. It's kind of like similar to like a Toby Fox situation, so I can give him credit for that. Oh, I forgot to draw her little boing-loing curls. I should, I'll get to that once I finish coloring here. Oh my god, Safi! Yes, Meryl! You know what? You can be Meryl, I can be Corsola, and Royal can be Totodile. It's us. Approximately. I am satisfied with this arrangement. I just read the entire comic and the 1 second you zoomed out, no! You're not consuming it in the ideal circumstances, no! Oh, whatever. Welcome, Safi. There is no ideal circumstance for anyone who is living with a single mother to read this comic, unfortunately, so enjoy, I suppose. I'm having fun. I'm tired. Wow, now that I really think about it, I'm kind of bone-ass tired. But I'm living. I'm still standing. Yeah. I lived with a single mother one time. And then... Well, don't leave me in suspense, XYB. Then what happens? There are all kinds of ways in which that scenario could change from what it originally was. The funniest outcome is that now you live with 2 single mothers. Like, they just multiplied. But the circumstances of the relationship did not change. If that's what you wanted, what? Alright. Maybe I should be more lucid when I'm trying to engage in conversation with other people, because I'm like, am I the one who's not picking up like the cues and understanding? Oh, whatever. I'm drawing. I'm having a gay old time. I'm doing the fun part of drawing, which is the coloring in the lines and the polish, which means the brunt of the work is over and I'm just doing polish. And I like this part. This part is fun because Passing already did all the work for me. And she's great for that. Oh, Oh yeah, I have to draw her boing curls. Because she has one here. Fun fact, the boing curls on Shiloh are an homage to Gabrielle's older design, in which she had the big curl sticking out. I thought at least one person should have them, and I think they're very cute. They're kind of the adult version of the baby with the swirled curl, the single curl on top of the head. She's not single anymore. You guys can't get any? You know the gif in Yakuza where the guy slams his head on his desk and he walks away? If I was less tired, I'd try replicating that. But anyway. Oh yeah, you have explained the circumstances of your situation, which may or may not include an evil stepdad. You don't have to get into it right now, but yeah. I'm glad you love your mom, XYB. We're kind of... The mom ratio in our streams are interesting. I wonder, like, maybe this is just like me looking for psychological correlation, like, what is the causation? And I'm like, there's no fucking causation. What? I'm sure the majority of people who watch my streams also shit out they ass, but that don't say anything about me. So, you know. Anyway, I'm at the very least, I'm glad to be able to share that part of my life and personality with y'all. Is the complicated but deeply primal love for the mother. I mean, obviously there are people who fucking hate their moms and do not want to give any of that energy to them, which valid. But I don't think they're here right now. So we can talk about moms a little. He's sort of like half evil. He buys candy, so that's awesome. That's pretty good. XYB, if you lived in America, I would send you candy. Just... I mean, this is a fictional circumstance, of course, but... The implications of this are no further than, like, feeding in... Oh, man. Alright, whatever. I don't have to elaborate on that, actually. I would send you a lollipop, XYB. Know that if the American postal system could do that, I would. Are you trying to kill me? I'm sorry? The one time I try to reach out and say, hey, I'd be willing to do this thing, you know, because out of, I don't know, out of kindness, I guess. And they're like, are you trying to, is Sang trying to mail anthrax to my house? He's buying you more candy to worsen your teeth and your dental bill. Fuck. Wait, but candy's so good though. I got one. that Tumblr post that like you can trick and trap children with candy. But candy's so good though. I got one. But that's also true. I love candy and I'm probably a child at one point. So, you know, I feel that. Dying from sweet and artificialness is better than dying from evil. Well, XYB, if you're being fed by the evil, then think about it. You're not that far off from that other result. So just think about it, okay? What I'm trying to say is that if you're gonna indulge in the candy, good for you. Candy's great. I love that shit. My nuanced take is, yay, candy! One of your chromosome elements would definitely be Yufan. Honestly, yeah. XYB, I think your whimsy and your imagination is wonderful. OMG, don't click that. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. I feel like XYB would also be considering their characters, maybe again, I don't know if this is me nerding out by essentially classifying them due to my fictional thing, but I think Kamiko would be an interesting element for you, XYB, because you're very, very artistic and experimental, and your character designs in particular are very, like, eccentric, and I mean that in, like, the most positive way. Again, I don't know, like, I know that you know about Chromosynth, but I don't know the extent, really, of what you know, so I'm hoping this all comes through as, like, parsable compliments and, you know, readings of your character. The wielder of charisma? I mean, maybe that's why it would be their secondary and not their primary. Which, again, doing the elemental classifications for real-life people is a tricky situation, because yes, you can use it for praise, but you can also, like, very easily dual-wield it for criticism of their character, which maybe gets a bit more personal than I'd like to be. You're very similar to my Youth and Kamiko character? That's crazy. Dude, I can't believe your character has a real-life insp. I can kind of understand it. Today, I stopped being able to hear on both ears. It's on both volumes, but it sounds so quiet. Oh my, whoa! Okay, first of all, XYB, considering my microphone settings right now, I am very, you know, in some ways I'm actually, like, peaking a little too much how I'm speaking. So if you can't hear me now, and, you know, I guess just in case it's the earbuds, you can try other ones. But, yeah, you should get that looked at. That is concerning. Safi, is the Yufan Kamiko character the one with the star glasses? Like the cameo pink one? Off the top of the dome. That's the one that comes to mind. Yeah, you know what? He does give a little XYB energy. Yeah. I think there should be more pink boy characters, just in general, in fiction. Very, very needed subgenre of character. I mean, I've done my own labor, don't get me wrong, so I'm fighting the good fight. As well as blue girls, you know. Again, there's a lot of different girls in fiction, so not saying I'm contributing to a niche, but, you know. Pink boys explode when they set their foot out into the real world full of true alphas? AKA blue girls, what I was talking about. I'm just kidding. But, actually, the alpha Chad man would explode upon making eye contact with a pink boy. This is the reality of the world. have this neat little cardigan that is going over a dusty ass tank top. So I'm looking a little more like formal, but in reality the outfit is not coordinated. All I can think of is when you guys say Pink Boy's Max Galactica. Wait, Goose, don't tell me that our playthrough is something that helped like cement your perception of Max Galactica, because first of all, thank you very much, thank you. Secondly, yes, sometimes when I get out of my own little fandom bubble, yes, I remember that objectively he is a character who is at his big old age, should not be doing all that. But also, again, if I put myself in the shoes of Japan fantasy world where a 16-year-old girl is just adult-ish, I'm like, okay, I can pretend, I can try. Ugh. It's also a damn shame because I kind of like the anime, like the very anime trope of, specifically for shoujo, where the female character is very much like an idealized like youth girl, but the men are like super hunky bishies and they're the love interests. And again, with Regina being a very shoujo like looking girl, I think that makes sense that, you know, her tuxedo mask would be just super like that. It's just the age is a bummer. Did they also do that in the Sailor Moon show? Like in the manga for Sailor Moon, I don't think they had like such a big age gap, but in the show it's like she's 14 and he's actively in college, and it's just like, whoa. Like, yes, I know a part of it is the teenage girl fantasy of being with a man who has some of his shit together, but also, questionable. I love his design though. Me too! I still stand by the critique I had back in the day, and that the red is... It's doing too much in a design that's already doing so much. But if we took that red and turned it into something nice and complementary, maybe even a teal to match that peacock, or like maybe a nice blue, we could make it work. But yeah, I unfortunately am one of those people who has a fondness for Maximilian Galactica. Unlike many people on Ace Attorney Twitter who only sees him as the Predator, which, again, fair assessment, don't get me wrong, but he's fun. I don't know. Like, Yo Homie a little weird, but he's fun. He's not the worst big top character. Yeah, that honor would definitely go to how much they did for Trillo. Because again, even in a bubble, when I think about Ben and Trillo, I could see not from the obvious Predator angle, but more from like maybe a man who just is so messed up in the head and maybe has some trauma, like having these ideas that he wants to repress, but he has this weird, you know, I don't know, like I can see Ben working out in a tragic way and not a sympathetic way, that doesn't make him out to be just someone who is preying on Regina, but Trillo's execution is so raunchy and gross that it just doesn't lead to much sympathy for Ben. It just makes it just hammers it home more like that you are actively doing this. Like, this isn't like the play of this being a separate guy doesn't work when the separate guy is doing all that. Fun case though. I feel like there were definitely some gameplay hurdles that we happened to get over quicker than others, you know, but otherwise, not awful. Speaking of gameplay hurdles, I feel like that's something about Ace Attorney that I feel like we've come across rather consistently, and it sucks because Ace Attorney is a really fun series to enjoy, but it definitely has its moments when it comes to its decisions of what is considered a way to progress as well as, you know, the right answer. And, you know, on one hand, I wouldn't expect a large level of complexity for a series that was literally birthed based off of make the cheapest thing you can make with this shoestring budget. But at a certain point, your mystery detective law game should be careful about the logic of what it's trying to follow, you know? I feel like, you know, I try to give it the benefit of the doubt most part. Like, if there's a circumstance where, I think you probably see me on stream doing it a couple times, where, you know, I make a mistake, and I'm like, what? What do you mean? And then I find out the right answer, and I'm like, yeah, sure. You know, sometimes it'd be nice to get partial credit, but it's whatever. Like, I can get over it, and it's very easy for me to, you know, not remember key details and maybe miss the forest for the trees or something, so I can put that aside. But every now and then there's a particularly egregious decision, and fortunately Ace Attorney is not so it's not so difficult that making a mistake is like rage bait inducing. It's more just the rage of being told that you're wrong more than the actual consequences of it, and being told that you're wrong is something I can get over very easily. The risk of, like, losing the game is not something I particularly fear when it comes to Ace Attorney, so I can kind of temper my reactions when it comes to that. I feel like Regina's dad was pretty bad. All these grown men preying on his daughter. He didn't do anything to protect her. Oh yeah, like, people in the... It's weird because in canon, he's not the perfect guy, because he definitely did some questionable decisions in order to protect Regina and also, in a way, himself. But he's mostly lauded for being like a great guy, like a very generous guy. It's very much hammered home that he is an altruistic and kind person. And even the things he did for Regina was out of some sense of, like, this is for your own good. Yeah, the circumstances of Regina's, you know, situation are, like, sort of tackled in that, you know, she's tunnel visioned because she's spoiled, but I feel like that doesn't actually bring up the consequence of having grown men prey on her, which is a really missed opportunity, I'm not gonna lie. Because the idea of Regina being so innocent that she's getting herself into situations that she is wholly unprepared for and too naive for, and thus putting herself in danger, that's a great idea, honestly. But because the game doesn't take the love triangle thing seriously, it kind of undermines some of Regina's character development. Because, you know, honestly, the love triangle thing is only really used for plot and mystery purposes. Once it's, you know, cleared up, it's just kind of thrown away. And I feel like maybe Shu Takumi really just used it as a tool to bring the narrative forward and only that. Because otherwise, it's not really about that, which I guess. I mean, wouldn't it be funnier if instead of literally asking them to marry her, it was like a pseudo proposal and they were asking to, like, you know, make a collaboration act with them and like only them, and you know, making it look like slightly romantic in a proposal way, but it's not literally a marriage proposal. It's like, I promise to, you know, it's like some kind of contract, like a partnership. And you could still make that comedic and make that have, like, personal weight without, you know, I don't know. Sangled could make turnabout big talk, but Shu Takumi could not make Chromosynth. Write that down. Real thought I had just now. I think that's... I have such a weird... It's hard to say this, especially since we've been enjoying Ace Attorney so much, but I've realized that I kind of have a love-hate relationship with Ace Attorney, because, like, I'll be getting really into it, and then it'll disappoint me with a particular decision, particularly when it comes to its treatment of, like, women, like, or underage women, or, you know, perverts, or something. It's almost always centering women, unfortunately, which is a consequence of Japan. And so, like, I will encounter those, and then I'll lower my guard and be like, this is just some, you know, this is just another anime thing to get through. And then I'll remember that, like, the writing and everything else is, like, so good, and it'll surprise me, and it'll rope me back in, and I'll be like, wow, Ace Attorney is great, and then it'll hit me again with some shit, and I'll be like, I'm like one of those people who are like, men ain't shit after, like, one man wrongs you, you know? Ugh. I feel like, maybe because we're actively experiencing Ace Attorney right now, but it's a feeling that I don't feel about a lot of games. Because, like, love-hate is something I definitely feel with certain series. Like, Danganronpa? Yes, that is a series where, what I love about it is, like, so much of its personality and artistic designs. What I don't like about it is very strong as well. Like, it's very half and half. With Ace Attorney, it's so, like, the highs are so, like, epic and great and high, but the lows, I think what's disappointing about the lows is that the lows are so juvenile, they're so amateur, and fundamentally they're so unnecessary. And that's, unfortunately, I feel like a byproduct of a lot of classic anime manga stuff. When it comes to Persona, you know, I feel like for the most part I like Persona 5, but I definitely feel like the way it treats, like, the age gap and the predator, and but with Anne's sexuality and sexualization, like that, and its general lack of like, even though it postures itself as like a rebellion, as a cause for change, but is not, it is too conservative to actually say something that is meaningfully radical. That isn't something that's like a low that is juvenile. That's a kind of like mentality that's like kind of baked into the core. That's more like a complex critique rather than a low you can just kind of ignore. It's one of those things where like if you think harder about it, it's bad. When it comes to Phoenix Wright, the lows are more so like you can ignore them. They're relatively surface level. Like they're dumb jokes fundamentally. Yeah, the lows are low. And the great thing about Danganronpa is that you have sort of both. But I will say that the lows that aren't cheap jokes but are baked into the like the principles and the philosophy, those are less forgivable to me and make it harder for me to like actively advocate for it. Even though Persona 5 is qualitatively extremely good. I would even argue that stylistically it's better than Danganronpa because it's just so stunning. But again, that philosophy and like what it's trying to do is so like there's some conflict there, and so I can't particularly advocate for it in good faith. Anyway, we are almost done with this actually. It is just about midnight, and I was gonna add hair shine, and I was getting the hair shine color for Shiloh, and I'm like, what is the shine? I'm like, okay, I guess I could shine her bonnet. Okay, slay. Just a trace of green, honestly. Why I'm worried about Spirit of Justice. Safi, I will say that if it makes you feel any better, I don't think the lows of Spirit of Justice, from what I've heard, I don't think the lows are as low as the ones I've heard from Dual Destinies. I feel like the heights of Dual Destinies are higher. Like, again, we have more extremes on Dual Destinies from what I've heard. Again, polarizing is what I've heard. While Spirit of Justice is, like, a little more middling. Again, this is just from what I've heard. I'm not trying to make snap judgments, and of course I'm gonna go into this with an open mind, as I'm sure we all are. But this is from what I've heard. So, again, I'd rather have a game with high highs and low lows than a game with no highs and just lows, because that's just getting through it simulator. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like this is just me, but that was kind of my experience with Ghost Trick, in that I had fun. The highs, in retrospect, were not super high, and the lows were not super low either. It was very middle of the road for me. Maybe it was partially because I played it right after the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which is the peakest peaks, you could say. So maybe the comparison was unfair. But I was going in with people saying, you know, touting it as their favorite game, and I came away with it going, yeah, that's alright. Like, maybe if I was, like, a child experienced gaming for the first time, I'd be blown away. But as someone who has played several games, I'm like, that's neat. A novel idea. Let me get my phone. Don't say anything important while I'm gone. Safi, this is me, saying from the past. I have hidden a treasure map on the back of the Constitution. It is up to you, a lady, a man, and Nicolas Cage to get it from where it is in the museum. Oh man, I want to watch National Treasure now. Fuck, I haven't seen that movie in so long. It's a good movie. It's one of those classic American movies I actually managed to watch at the appropriate age and time. Unlike most other movies that just pass me by culturally. And man, that was a good ass movie. It's kind of like Jurassic Park. I think about it. I mean, maybe culturally it's not remembered as highly as Jurassic Park. You know, but to me it's like a big classic, and I'd watch it again because I think the idea of it's so American in its core too. We're gonna steal the Declaration of Independence! What? Yeah, I just think that idea is so cool. That, like, this iconic American, like, document is actually it's like kind of, it's some conspiracy shit, which I think is what makes the movie so exciting, because it totally feeds into that child brain mode of, like, but there's actually this deeper truth. Are you ready to embark on the journey? And you're like a spy and also like a pirate or something? And you're like, yes. God, please, yes. I want to watch National Treasure, man. I gotta do that. Man, I gotta watch so many, like, movies that actually came out this year, and meanwhile my ass is like, you know what, I should rewatch a movie that I've watched before. I still have to watch, like, Saving... I almost said Project Ryan. Saving Hail Mary, I'm getting a lot of my movies confused today. It's late, I'm tired. Obsession, The Backrooms. Ay, ay, ay. There's, like, different... I'm sure a shit ton of movies came out recently that I haven't even seen a lick of that I really should. I'll be watching The Backrooms of Friends for the first time? Oh, how exciting! I hope you enjoy it. I mean, it's being memed on lately, and I mean that in a positive way. Like, it's being memed on fondly, which is a good sign for its cultural longevity. And I think it's one of those movies where it's not like a masterpiece by any means. I think quality-wise, Obsession is better, and Project Hail Mary is probably better than that. But it's definitely one of those movies that feels like I gotta check it out. I gotta check it out while Kane Parsons is still in his 20s. Miss Lighten by... How much? I forgot. I gotta get out an old canvas. Okay, Hello Baby comic. It is lightened by 10. Okay, what's this? To this. Just a little bit. It also helps because it doesn't literally, you know, lighten them too much, but it also lightens it in tone just enough so that it's easier to see the, like, the eyes and the expressions and all that. Okay. Again, finishing touches. Why is this music so goopy? Oh, it's Crash. That's why. That actually answers my question pretty succinctly. What is necessary for this comic is that I reduce as much space between Gabrielle and her mother. This comic is so cute. Thank you. This comic comes from the heart. My heart. This this is based off of a real thing that I do whenever I visit my family and my mom's just chilling in bed. I just hop on in. She can't stop me. In fact, I'm sure it's you know, it's kind of a win-win situation. And kind of like a weird codependent way, I guess if I think too deeply about it, but you don't have to. But basically, I get to sleep or at least rest near my mom, which makes me feel good, and she gets to feel needed, which makes her feel good. It's kind of again win-win. I don't know, like somehow this comic and the last one both featured like babies in like a quiet, somber way. Not intentional. It just turns out that whenever I make comics trying to encapsulate certain characters' family dynamics, they just get sad. They just get sad and involve babies. Mutually beneficial relationship. Oh, true. It's like, what is that, like, parasite symbiosis, but it's like mutual? Commensalism? I forget. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. I think it's also, a comic like this is somewhat necessary because I have a lot of characters who do not have the greatest relationship with their parents, and I wouldn't say this one is the best in the world, but it's man, well, anyway, this is a positive interaction. Actually, I can't even say that. This is a moment that could be classified as sweet between a mother and a daughter, and you don't get much of that in my comic, so I want to at least represent that. Like, listen, last time I drew fucking Ujin and her dad, she was calling him a dumbass. So, out of love, but still, you know. Honestly, I need to make a comic about Mililani and his mom and just show the contrast between all of this, where I would love to show you guys. I think it'd be wonderful. the relationship between Milani and his mom is probably... Yeah, probably one of the healthier parental relationships. And that is weird to say, considering the kind of person he is. Like, his regular relationships are not healthy. I wonder what I can... In order to, illustrate darkness. Well, yeah, but knowing what she goes through. I mean, yeah, like, the point is the literal relationship between them is alright. The circumstances in general of the family life can be tragic without necessarily being, you know. I was trying to encapsulate like a nightlight a little bit, make it dark. You know, because I think that would add some ambiance to it, I think. I feel like part of why I'm doing this is that there's something specifically special about a scenario like this at night, so it's like, especially, I don't know, there's a kind of intimacy there. Yeah. Just copy and paste. Still a thing that looms over their interactions, as sweet as that may be. Yeah, I mean, you know. Is there a character in which the family, like, circumstances is, like, the relationship itself is all good, there's no particular hang-ups, and, you know, there isn't an external tragedy that plagues them? How would I have a story regardless? Getting there. I'm creating a scene. I'm setting a scene. Obviously, I need to make sure the speech bubbles aren't affected by this. Where is this speech? Okay, they're here. I have to put it above. That's the clue. You know what I could do? I actually had this in the sketch, but I just omitted it. But to indicate the lamp, put like a nice little circle, and have that crest the background to indicate foreground. It is very bold. I don't want it to take attention away. Maybe. I think that's good. I hope the fact that the side comics are kind of like a cherry on top of the main experience is must be a neat thing. Again, like, I've stated before what my intentions on the side comics are, because they're meant to be very entry level, and despite being, you know, literally showing, not telling, they're also meant to spell out certain things that are implied in other circumstances. So, I'm glad that for certain people, it's answering some questions. I'm making the light less harsh doing it this way. I mean, yes, this is adding shading to the comic, which is a slight comic simplicity no-no, but I think for the tone of this particular comic, I'm willing to forego usual rules a little bit. Especially since I'm not trying that hard. The added lighting looks so nice. Thank you, Goose! Goose, you're so nice to me! Ugh. Okay. Oh, and you know what we can do? You know what we can do as a little bonus? Now that we have this lighting, you know how in certain comics we have the change in background color to indicate a change in tone? We can make the lighting darker in order to accentuate the shading for once. This will require some... Okay, so let's do this, then turn this opacity, and that way we can alter the different individual opacities. I'm working with layers y'all can't super see over here, so just run with me. Oh yeah, I forgot to add the texture thing. I need to smooth some of this up. Looking a little blurry. What is that? What's that little part? Okay, that is a shading thing. Oh, that's from here. Out of here. Okay, so that way, in the initial shading, we can make it like more subtle, like a very, like a 10%, and then we could do like a 12% here, then like a 15%, going into like a and maybe a different. There's something about the execution of that last one. Because it's so strong now, it's coming across a little sloppier than I want. I don't need the full blur. I just need like a little. Maybe I need to just this last layer. The execution of it needs to be very specific, and so please bear with me. Maybe it can even be like not green. Darken? Black. No, that's not it. The song feels so fitting. Yeah, you could say that. Is like it's not dark enough, but I need to really thicken it up in certain locations, or maybe I need to hold on. Literally, opacity. Maybe that is it. This part. You know what? Let me try that again. What's getting me is that for some reason the execution of the last shading is particularly bothering me. It really shouldn't be. It's so simple. Once I got this, like, that's it. I promise that'll be it. I think that looks all right. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe the issue is that I'm just darkening it too much. I should just keep it mostly the same. Maybe that's it. Oof. Thank you guys for bearing with that for a bit. Again, when I'm working on stuff during stream, you can definitely see a side of me that is, like, trying to get a vision across that may take several a try. But we're chilling. Thank you for chilling. And also, we're stream is done. So, question. So, unlike the previous comic, this stream is actually this comic is actually done. I don't need to really work on it extra more. Should I post it now? Or should I wait? Ooh, stretches. I have no qualms either way. Honestly, just posting it now would at least get it out of my mind quicker. Though I will say I am like deliriously tired, so it could benefit from like a second eye looking at it. Oh, thank you guys. Go to sleep. Okay, so the answer is go the fuck to sleep. So which is what I'll do. This is me, and this is like the concept of sleep, which is yeah. All right, thank you guys for coming. I think the fatigue is hitting me. I'll go to sleep. Thank you. Special shout out to Goose and Safi for sticking by to the end. Staff credits for this stream. Dang. King. I've been sending Safi some seal videos that come across my dash, and I'm reminded of it whenever I see my spiel rolling around. I'm like, that's exactly how I should feel when I see those videos. Thank you for coming. See you tomorrow for Ace Attorney. Bye bye, y'all.